You are more aggressive than a seagull. Did you think about that? Or perhaps not, actually. Some of you might be too passive. That's okay. That means you can go crazy later. I like the seagull sounds. The UMINEKO, as they say. They're funny. Maybe if I could go higher. Seagulls have never done anything wrong. Same with geese. They're just in the sea. They're gulling around. They've never done anything wrong. Never, never, never. They steal my food. The strong weak and the weak die. They stole my baby. The strong live and the weak die. I like funny seagulls. They chase me. Oh, that's not very nice. You're gonna actually defend seagulls? They're birds. They're crazy. I like penguins. They're good. They're cute. They slide and have big belly. Big belly, big belly. Back in my day, there used to be a site where you could slide, you put a message in a generator, and then it would show a penguin sliding down an ice mountain, and then he would slide that message onto the mountain. So if you wrote, "I love you" on it, the penguin would show a little animation sliding on his belly, and then at the end it would say, "I love you" on the mountain. But it's gone now. Probably. With so many other things. That was back in the day when Google videos existed. Also, wait. La 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 la. I'm not close. Hi. I woke up earlier, which was good. Then I fell asleep, and here we are. But I woke up a bit more, but I dreamed about waking up way later, which is weird. But for once, it was just a mildly uncomfortable dream instead of a nightmare, so I'll take that. Although I figured out my nightmares, as I always say. If I'm deeply uncomfortable with something, or I have some sort of like trauma with it, or it's been bothering me for a while, I need to solve the problem, and once I do, it's gone. Though some problems you cannot solve. Dreamcatcher didn't work for me. Didn't work. Okay. Okay, good volume. Let me turn this up. It'd be good if it did. Although there are some good dreams, yeah. But those are rare. Okay, that volume seems pretty good. Do you like the seagulls? Okay. Oh wait, let me retweet the link. Let me go to Twitter. Bam. Ow! 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 Do you like the concept of seagulls? Oh wow, those are some anime girl titties. Thank you, retweeter. Okay, where is it? Scroll, scroll, scroll. There, got it. Usually sometimes I forget to do this. Okay. Yoink! Goodbye, me. Me live. They're dapper. Really? You poor things. I've heard of seagulls chasing people, but maybe it's because you're small. I think they're usually intimidated by me, so they don't even bother. You poor things. Okay. They see you and see an easy target. No. Although a bear probably would eat me. I'd be a good feast, I think. The sea cats. Okay. There. Greetings. This is your pilot speaking, Machina X Flayon, Ace Mecha Pilot. Today is also UMINEKO Day. October 3rd through 5th is cursed in many different ways. 3rd is FMA Day, and 4th is Persona 3 Day, Part 1. And then it's also 4 and 5 is UMINEKO Day. Why? I don't know. But I only realized that recently. That's 3 separate things. And there's probably more. So there you go. There you go. Okay. Let me get in and I can summarize it quick. I need the images to see. Load. Yeah. What time did I stop at? Here? That one also says October 4th, but it might be from... Actually, maybe it might be this one. I saw so many Persona 3 cosplayers at Ani Revel. Nope. Thanks. There we go. Hey, with the timing too. October 5th, 1986. It's good. Okay. Yes, Japanese succession. So, for anyone that doesn't know, a quick recap again. This is UMINEKO. It's about a rich family that meets once every year. Not everyone goes to these meetings, but our protagonist here, Battler, has come after 6 years. He dipped because his father... Basically, Battler's mom died. Father went, damn, that's crazy. Whether he cared or not for the wife, you'll have to find out on your own. But he's kind of a man whore anyways. He can't control where he puts his dick. At least that's what he would say as a defense. Battler disagrees. So he's Mr. Mistress Hala. Finally meets Kyrie. She says, chastity belt and also whip. So he obeys. But because of this, Battler left the meeting because he thought his father was scum. He didn't really like the rest of the family anyways. He likes his fellow siblings. But the rest of the family? Yeah. But he decided to come back to this meeting just because so he can reconnect with his siblings. Then you have the father of the family, Kinzo. Erratic old man, screams an Italian woman's name in the night forever. Very cold, very mean, practices black magic. May have a fixation, a normal fixation with Western society. Got lucky and got rich. So, Kraus, first head son, absolutely ass at business, but a good lawyer. He's a dick. His speech is negative 100. He cares for his wife, but he just sucks at it. May hate women. May not. Probably runs in the family. This whole family does not like women, by the way. Then Natsuki, very good, very well-meaning, married into the family, very sweet. A bit of a dick to Jessica because she keeps trying to go, you need to be better. You're going to be the successor. You need to be better. And then, you know, all the things with that. Jessica, Battler's cousin, the sibling, the cousins. She's cool. She's a Tom girl. Wants just living her life, but she doesn't really want to talk prim and proper like a lady. She likes canon. Nanjo, penguin doctor, very cool. Oh, yes. He's his doctor for the longest time. Ava, mean girl alpha bitch. Technically, if you rank everyone here, would be one of the highest people ready to succeed, but she married outside the family, which therefore gave away her right, and the fact she's a girl. But then, Cross and Nazi could not make it Jessica in time. Womb birth problems. They gave birth to George first. George has been raised to be a successor. She went to Kinzo and he said, damn, fine, all right, jeez. Hideyoshi, Chill guy, speaks in a Kanze accent to impress and leave character. Very nice guy, but then unfortunately everyone took advantage of his naivety and his corporation and they ran him all over the place. George, questionable motives. Raised to be the successor also, but probably the most fitting out of the successor out of the four. I don't know. This is the same guy where he's been raised to be like this, so when you're going to hit your child, he says, let's not intervene, this is a parent and sibling thing. But obviously there's a limit. So, yeah. You either love or you hate him. Yeah. Battler, main character, loves tits. Oppai skida! Oh! Oppai skida! Muke! Chi wo oppai! Boing boing! Boing boing! Muke! Loves tits. Is a natural flirt. He just loves big fat fucking tits. Great guy. Very cool. Very intellectual man. Very likes to cheese around and talk and chill. Very good. Pretty average. Averagely cool. Just had a growth spurt, so he's raised by Daisuke Ono in Japanese, and he's 180 cm, so 5'11". Big boy. Then Maria, the daughter of Rosa. She got into a relationship with a guy, but then he pulled a deadbeat move and left. She's not looked on well by the other siblings. She is, but not taken as seriously. There's other lore with her that you can find out if you play the game. Because everyone here has very good lore, everyone. Unfortunately, she has stress and she takes it out on Maria. Maria, very mayhavetism. She goes, ooh. She's 9 years old. Battler's 18. George is 23. Jessica is 18. Nazis, 40, 40, 40, 50, 40, 50, 40, 50. I know you're 51. Old, young. Old. 14 through 16. 16 probably. 16. Manly. Kanasawa. Old servant, likes to joke around. Sweet lady. Goda. Attention whore, like we all are, but to the point where he will actively diminish your efforts just so he gets the limelight. Probably not in love as a child. It's okay, I can relate. Servant Canon. Very nice boy. He and Shannon were raised in an orphanage that isn't their real names. Everyone in the orphanage just gets a name that has on in it. So even like Flayon, when you go to serve the Kinzo family, you get good money and pay. But you are referred to as furniture, which Kanon is very cynical about and will continually remind everyone and everyone in similar positions. Shannon, very sweet, very optimistic, but shy, meek, messes up. Goda will chastise her for that. Asshole. Genji, my man. Chill as if. Probably would be that friend that listened to you fumble your entire life and go, damn, that's crazy. But he will still listen to you. Serves Kinzo. Kinzo trusts him the most. Old man Yaoi, love triangle. Okay, maybe not that. But I know he loves Genji more than his children. Anyways, on the last episode of UMINEKO Z, they all came here to meet for this meeting, but Kinzo won't come down. In fact, he said, I don't care about them. Nope, they handle it. Considering and continuing that, they're all here because they had no money. Eva is screwed. She has the money. Hideyoshi's company got screwed. He needs a lot of money right now. Rudolph needs money. He staked things in places, got in affairs. Who knows? It's not really. I forgot if they tell you or not. But he pulled some stupid shit in America. He needs a lot of money, or he's screwed. Rosa needs lots of money to raise Maria. And just in general, Rosa broke. And Kraus bought lots of things and said, I know how to invest things. I'm the GOAT. He bad at business. He bad. needs lots of money. So they all need lots of money. And so, when they go to this family, Cross is gonna die, or Kinzo's gonna die soon. Inheritance. They all try to act like they're not here for that, but they obviously are. Unfortunately, Kinzo has a so-called witch that gave him all the money. There's a typhoon going on the island right now. And then someone random on the island, they will never reveal themselves, gave Mario a letter saying, yeah, by the way, I'm here to collect my inheritance, so... That's like a threat of murder. Unless you solve the riddle. If you solve the riddle that she left behind, and Kinzo's also participating, you win! If you don't... The adults right now also don't really take this seriously. So they simply go, yo, what the fuck? Where's my money? Where's my inheritance? We need to discuss this! Cross, what are you doing? I don't know. Hey, is it you? Was it you? So they're arguing about that right now. The cousins, the siblings, essentially are going, what the fuck's going on? The servants or furniture have been ostracized by Kraus. Because he doesn't trust them because they would work with Kinzo the best. And anyways, that inheritance issue is scaring everyone. Because there's only supposed to be 18 people on the island. But now, because of that letter that Maria got, there might be a 19th person. So you're stuck on an island with a bunch of people who have anger issues and need money. Inheritance is coming soon from an old man. And there may be someone else on the island that's not supposed to be there. And during a typhoon on an island in 1986, you may not be able to call for help. That's such a shame. That's crazy. But luckily, this is 1986. Clearly, people at that time were very upstanding people. So they would nothing, it's going to be, they're going to talk it out, and everything's going to be good. That's it. Welcome to UMINEKO. For now. La 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 la.
Genji tightened his bow tie and looked outside through a crack in the curtains. Maybe the rain had died down a tiny bit since the previous night. But the thick rain clouds didn't seem like they'd be letting any trace of the morning sun get by. The morning was dim and far from refreshing.
It seems it will last all day after all.
Sorry for keeping you waiting, Genji-sama. Kanan finished checking his appearance and exited the washroom.
Oh my god. Me too, I checked my appearance.
On their normal schedule, it was rare for anyone to have to suffer going straight from a midnight shift to an early morning shift. They were on a special schedule for the 2 days of the family conference. However, unless the typhoon passed today, they were allowed to stay on this island would last until tomorrow. Kanan thought it best to be prepared for the special schedule to last an extra day. The two of them left the guest house, opening their umbrellas. The rose garden had been devastated by the wind and rain on the previous night.
Yeah, it is 1986. Oh my god. Who was that earlier? Delta, was that you from Oshi Link? Sure to God I saw your name. Good sound, no? Loving the rain noise? Oh, yeah, the sound of my voice? Thanks. Even though they spent several days making it beautiful to welcome the guests, one stormy night was enough to ruin it. Kanan sighed. The two headed for the mansion. They were supposed to meet up with Goda and prepare breakfast. Goda was such a perfectionist that he had probably already woken up, and was probably already preparing a breakfast as exquisite and elegant as glasswork. They reached the overhang by the entrance to the mansion and folded up their umbrellas. Genji took a bundle of several keys from his pocket and unlocked the front door. The Ushinomiya family mansion was the only thing in Rakanjima, so, in the past, they hadn't been in the habit of locking up. However, Natsuhi had ordered that the mansion be locked up from midnight to early morning. Ever since then, unlocking the door in early morning had become part of the servants' morning shift.
This task had been given to Genji and Kanon, so that Kota could start preparing breakfast as soon as he woke up. Silence had fallen in the mansion, giving the impression that the mansion itself was still asleep.
Well then, let's begin the morning chores.
Yes, sir. The two of them slid up and began opening curtains throughout the mansion. If the curtains stayed closed, the mansion remained enveloped in faint darkness, as though it were still trapped in the previous night.
Could you be a butler? A maid? A servant? I'd be a good one.
Following a well-rehearsed procedure, Kana went around the mansion, opening the curtains for one window after another without having to retrace his steps once. Even with this horrible weather, trying the curtains made it feel just a little bit like morning. While doing that, he passed in front of the kitchen.
You probably get decent enough pay and a place to live.
Even though he hadn't smelled anything yet, his stomach started aching for some of Goda's prized cooking. Good morning. He tried to greet Goda, who should have been getting breakfast ready, but Goda was nowhere to be seen. The kitchen was darkly lit, and not only were the curtains not open, but the fan wasn't even running.
Well, they do say the Ushidamiya family pays extremely well. So there is that. I mean, there's everything else. But most people leave in 3 years, so would you do 3 years of it?
It was still cold, without any trace of fire being lit, so of course there were no signs of breakfast being made either. Though it would have been inexcusable. Perhaps Goda had overslept. Even servants are only human. They sometimes sleep in and show up late. In a rare case that such a thing happens, it's part of a servant's code to hide the unsightly scene before anyone notices. Smoothly cover it up. And make sure the family never even realizes that anything had gone wrong. Kanon took the receiver of the phone that had been fitted to the wall and dialed the number for the extension line in the servant's sleeping room. He couldn't hear the characteristic sound of a dial tone. Kanon tried picking up the receiver again, but even so, he couldn't hear the usual dial tone. He tried dialing again, but it had no apparent effect.
Shame. If you agreed to clean for me, I'd clean for you. Understandable.
Could the lightning last night have damaged some machine, breaking the extension line? The equipment in this mansion was all worn out. Kanon fully understood that even the smallest thing could have caused it to break down. He gave up trying to wake Goda with the phone and dashed over to the servant's sleeping room. How long has it been since I stopped sleeping and started lazily staring up at the ceiling? That vague sense of awakening was part of Natsu's usual morning experience. She always slept lightly, and she couldn't sleep at all without medicine. To Natsu, sleep was definitely not a happy thing. When she looked outside, she saw that it was still pouring. If she hadn't sensed a tiny amount of light, she might have mistakenly thought it was still the previous night. She herself was one of the hosts, so she mustn't wake up later than the guests. Urging herself on, she raised up her body, which still hadn't completely recovered from yesterday's weariness.
Would you let me clean your room?
No one would torment her as long as she remained inside this room. And her headache wouldn't get any worse here. Interesting.
The hell you got in there? I don't like people touching your stuff, but I'm not people, I'm him.
This room was the only place she could find peace. So when she left, it meant returning to the world where her husband's siblings kept trying to stab each other in the back. In that case, wouldn't it be better to just stay locked up in this room forever? That ridiculous notion brought a bitter smile to Natsu's face. It's probably not a good idea if you want to stay in the room instead of hanging out. No, I'm just curious, that's all. She was starting to sound like Kinzo. Though she often complained about Kinzo staying locked up in his room and refusing to attend to everyone else, the truth was that she longed to do the same. Natsu gave her head a small shake. Her fantasy was replaced by reawakening of her usual headache. Got a headache just from... Ugh. Good luck, girl. I'm not gonna do anything. I'll let you in my room if I like you. I eat people's figurines, sorry. Hungry. Orange. When she reached for the doorknob, trying to leave her room, her hand touched the scorpion charm that she hung from it before going to sleep the previous night. It was Maria's charm, which Natsu had received from Jessica. Didn't Jessica see something about it having the power to repel magic? Telling her to hang it from her doorknob? I would not be uncomfortable from seeing my merch. I think that'd only make it a problem if you're trying to be friends with me. Because there's already, like, a way you see me, so I don't think I'd ever be able to live up to that. Let's see. Let me think. Would we be allowed in your room? If you're normal.
What does he mean by normal guy?
If you behave like a relative citizen. Maybe it was thanks to the charm that at least this room had been protected from the malice of her husband's siblings. I mean, if you're that shaken for me, I'm just gonna smile at you and not say anything to freak you out. As she thought this, her mood began to get a little more cheerful. I wonder if I have Jessica to thank for the little bit of peaceful sleep I managed to receive. Then Natsu remembered. That's right. Last night I promised Jessica that I'd give her a charm of my own in exchange for this one, didn't I? Natsuki opened a drawer in her dresser and took out an antique accessory case that she had treasured when she was a child. Inside, there are many small objects that Natsu had thought were valuable at the time. From the midst, though, she pulled out a red pouch. Inside was a small, round mirror about 10 centimeters across. It looked quite old, but the design on the back of the mirror was very ornate, and it felt like something with historical value. Me with my body, at the very least, it seemed much more authentic than the other charm, which looked like a plastic scorpion keychain. She had heard this was a spiritual mirror for warding off evil spirits, and she had been given it specially by her grandmother when her grandfather's mementos had been distributed. It had been believed since long ago that a strange power resided in this mirror. I have historical value because my body belongs in a museum. Perhaps people thought it could reflect calamity and malice in the same way it reflected light. Natsu returned the mirror to its pouch. 18K in value? Yeah, can you afford me? It would probably be a fitting object to hand over to Jessica. Just as she was placing it in her pocket, the sound of someone knocking on the door suddenly echoed throughout the room. Yes?
Whoa, Kinji da.
Oh wait, I need the thing. Where? Let me put it.
La 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 la.
I need to get my prop. I need to get more prop. Ow. Someone's pulling on me. Oh, yeah. Oh, there you are. Boom, boom.
something. Oh, ooh, cool. Oh, okay. I can use my cinema roll notebook. Oops. And I curl under to get the fork. Yeah, yippee. Fully, I'm turning my gain down then.
Good morning, madam. It is Kinzo. My apologies for waking you so early.
I'm coming now. What is it? No servant had ever come to her this early in the morning, nor had they come to wake her in person. Perhaps something bad had happened. Maybe some fatal oversight had been made while preparing breakfast, something that would shame the household in front of their guests. Hazuki took a deep breath in anticipation for whatever trouble she was about to hear of. When she opened the door, Genji once again gave a morning greeting while bowing deeply. Hazuki tentatively responded. Good morning. Did something happen?
My apologies. It would seem that the telephones had broken down to the lightning last night. The extension telephone isn't working, so please forgive my coming to see you directly.
The extension telephone isn't working? That will be troublesome. Will it be possible to fix it?
I am afraid we don't know the location of the damage. Later on, I would like to call in an expert and have him repaired.
Does that mean we'll be unable to have it repaired until after the typhoon passes? Then it will remain broken down for the duration of our guest stay. Will that hamper our efforts to care for our guests?
We will do all we can to ensure there are no problems.
Very well. I'm counting on you to make sure we have no blunders. Natsuhi let out a small sigh of relief. She had been prepared for the worst. But damage to the telephones wasn't the kind of trouble she was worried about. Then again, even this would probably be enough to spark sarcasm from Ava.
I'm sorry, I keep reading. If I know some of you have accents, I keep reading what you say in accents. You never should have told me.
Natsu gave her head a light shake.
Where was I? Hey, what accent do you have? Hey, told you about... No, speak up for the class.
Natsu gave her head a light shake. The preparations for breakfast proceeding well. Midwest, interesting. Thanks, I hate you. Southern slightly.
New Yorker. Hey, I'm walking here.
As to that,
American! Rah! I have an Eastern accent. I can't even do that one. It depends where. Actually, don't tell me. Protect yourself. Don't tell me exactly where you guys live.
as to that, we haven't been able to find Goda.
Sarcastic in accent? Also, is that man Martian as your icon? I forgot what his name. Maybe if you have if you're monotone.
Rearrangements of breakfast have yet to be carried out.
What did you say? I had no accent, but I stutter. It's because the cat in your profile picture is eating a wire. That's why you're stuttering. You're getting electrical shocks. Nazi was indignant. To her, this was a much bigger problem than the phone's not working. And despite that, this piece of information was the part that had been postponed. Why did everything go well most of the time, and then come to something like this when the relatives were visiting? Nazi put her hand through her forehead and shook her head.
Well,
I suppose he slept in.
oops. At any rate, just see to it that someone hurries up and prepares breakfast. I don't care who. What? Natsuki exited into the hall and turned around for a second to close the door to her room. The creepy thing she saw there silenced her completely. It was an unpleasant sight. As though someone had dipped their fingers in reddish-black liquid and scratched the door around the doorknob. It was probably some sort of awful prank. Arranged by some person who wanted to make it look as though they tried to force the door with bloody hands. What sort of prank is this? Awful.
I also just noticed it as I came to call you. I will clean it later.
Perhaps this is a vocal joke by one of the guests. Disgusting. Truly disgusting. Who in the world would pull such a childish and disgusting prank? Natsu had a pretty good idea, but of course there was no proof. So even if she pushed the issue, it would just seem as though she were making a fuss about nothing. In fact, it would surely be better to act as though she hadn't realized that such a prank had been played on her.
What sort of person would be playing a prank? Probably. I don't know. I think the internet has eased up a bit, but back in my day, people used to do some horrid stuff as pranks. Oh, fake love confession pranks. Evil things. Hold on, I'm unwrapping my cinema thing so you can get better acoustics. Otherwise, it's going to be... The notebook's going to be covered in plastic. Killing my best friend prank! Gone wrong! So I mean, I think it was because a guy... I'm a guy, so... Oh my... Wait, this isn't a notebook, it's a mirror. What? Oh. Oh, cute. Look at today. Okay, perfect. It still works as a prop. Okay. Yeah. I have lots of friends that go to cons to give me some royal stuff, and I go, Sometimes they'll ask them to get merch of me if they want. I usually offer. Or sometimes I'll go myself, but you'll never know if it's me. I guess because you're not expecting to see me. Kira, look at a monkey invite. I bite you. Thank you, Kira.
When Natsu and Genji arrived in the parlor, Ava and Hideyoshi were already there. Good morning to everyone.
Morning, Natsu-san. Our Goto-san will be making us breakfast, too. My stomach's been getting all excited since I woke up.
After all, it seems food is all you can look forward to at the head family household.
She is trying so hard to deal with this mean girl.
I'm pleased to see that you too are in high spirits early in the morning, Ava-san. With a weary expression, Natsu returned Ava's gaze, which was fiercely competitive despite the early hour. Then Kanon jogged in. After bowing an apology to the relatives for running inside the mansion, he noticed Genji and told him something in a small voice. Kanon, have you still not found Goda? My apologies, madam. I went all over the inside of the mansion and the guest house, but I still haven't found him. Where in the world has he gone? At any rate, breakfast is a higher priority than finding Goda right now. See to it immediately. Yes. Kanon glanced at Genji. Is she fucking serious right now? He seemed he had something else to report, but was uncertain whether or not the word should come from him. Genji nodded and decided to give the report himself.
Madam, it is not only Goda. Your husband is also nowhere to be found.
My husband?
Yes. Even before visiting you, I went to his room to tell him breakfast wasn't being prepared, but I did not find him there. Furthermore, he is not the only one missing. Rudolph-sama, his wife, and Rosa-sama are nowhere to be found.
Not in the guest house? Nor the mansion? Yes. They're not in the rooms in their guest house either. When she heard Goda was missing, she assumed he had slept in or was loafing around somewhere. However, now that she learned several of the relatives are also nowhere to be seen, she began to take a slightly more optimistic view. Could last night's family conference have continued all night, up until the present moment? If so, they might have wanted to cool their heads after being shut in a stuffy room, going out for walks on their own through the rain. The part about cooling your heads really sounded like something Kraus would say. And Goda had probably been somebody to accompany them and aid them in some way. Goda was not a man who lost track of time. He had to understand that preparations for breakfast would be hindered if he did not return. However, maybe the family conference had continued until this very moment, with an atmosphere that would make it hard for anyone to slip out. Yes, that theory would be quite convincing for Natsu. She remembered the illusion she felt that morning, as though the previous night had never ended. When she learned that the feeling wasn't just an illusion, she once again took a deep, wary breath. After all, that banquet of filthy virtues circling Kinzo's property was still going on. Perhaps they are still discussing the inheritance somewhere in the garden, or maybe the beach. At any rate, if we don't call Goda back, we'll never be able to begin preparations for breakfast.
So, what you're saying? Are Nissan and the rest still continuing their discussion?
She planned to say it in a small voice, but Hideyoshi overheard Natsu and managed to grasp the situation. Nissan and Rudolph sure are tough. Maybe it's just youth in Rosa's case? Just a bit after midnight. The two of us were so tired that we headed back to bed. Though, I do remember that Nissan and the rest were still having a heated discussion at that point. Men certainly are unpleasant when they get all fired up. Natsu snorted, her face still blank.
Oh my god? The girlies agreed on something? Insane, Yuri?
Kanon, search outside. If you find Goda, tell him to return immediately and begin preparing breakfast. Certainly. Natsuhine-san, we don't know for sure that they're outside, do we? Couldn't they also be inside Father's study?
I see. Well, that's certainly possible. I don't know what their path their conversation took, but there's certainly a chance they moved to Father's study and let him in on the discussion.
I can't imagine that Father would willingly let them bring such a detestable topic into his study. You really think so? Well then, there's nothing we can do. I'm sorry. Genji-san and Kanon-kun, but could you search outside? It wouldn't be that strange for Nissan to suggest they go outside for a walk to cool their heads. Even in this weather. I'll go to Father's study. Who knows? They might actually be there after all. Eva-san, I couldn't ask a guest like you to exert herself, so I will go. I can also wish him good morning while I'm at it. Oh, then I'll leave it in your hands. Though I somehow doubt he will return your greeting. Natsuhine-san, have you always been on such good terms with Father? I don't know if you could call it that. But I'm sure that I've gained his trust as the wife of the successor of the Ushimiya family. then I'm sure he'll at least answer you. Right? I'd like to at least have breakfast with his father. Do you think you could convince him to come down and join us? It seems, though, he thoroughly despises the rest of us, but I'm sure he'll listen to you, if he trusts you that much. After speaking so boldly, if you're unable to convince Father to come down alone, then I doubt you'll ever be able to claim that you've earned his trust again. I am not confident, but I will try. That smug face. I know it's so rune-coded, right? It's so you. Natsuki responded, looking discouraged. However, Kinzo's temperament, she had absolutely no confidence in her ability to bring him out. He was clearly mocking her, not just a smug. See? Confident that Natsuki wouldn't be able to get Kinzo to come down. But even so, Natsuki would lose face if she gave up, saying it was impossible and letting Ava go instead. Ava's mean-spirited and unreasonable demand made Natsuki clench her fist slightly. When Genji realized this, he softly spoke to her over her shoulder.
Ma'am, don't fall for her. She's a bully. Madam, please take this, if you would.
And this is... Genji handed Natsuki a sparkling gold key of ornate design. It was the key to Kinzo's study. The study had an auto-lock and couldn't be unlocked as long as Kinzo forbade entrance. However, since Genji was especially trusted by Kinzo, he was allowed to carry a key to that door. You got the pass. But if this key is used, won't you also receive the blame?
When the master is sleeping deeply, simply knocking on the door will not suffice. And it would be more difficult to persuade master to leave his room if you must talk through the door. Please, use this.
Genji. Until now, Natsuki had thought of Genji as a cold servant who wouldn't do anything for her, since he worked directly under Kinzo. But it looked like she would have to alter her understanding of him. She wanted to communicate her gratitude, but by then, people, when they found out I was sexy, Genji had already turned his back on her, and was walking down to the corridor with Canon. But as Natsuki watched them go, the minute I opened my mouth, the words directed at her from behind were sneering. Well then, you must bring Father with you, okay? After all, it's his son's precious wife who's asking. I'm sure he'll listen to you. We're guests, so we'll just have to relax here at our leisure.
Quit it, Ava. You're taking this too far. Jesus Christ. Sorry, Natsuki-san, but we're counting on you to deal with Father.
He fucking tamed her. How? I think he's just too nice. Whenever she tried to be mean, he just went,
Nah, you're so unserious.
and it didn't work. I like that.
Without answering, Natsuki forcefully spun around on her heels and quickly left that place.
Why you gotta be so toxic for? Damn.
After all that excitement, the previous night, there was no way anyone was going to wake up early. Georgianiki and Jessica and I were snoring loudly in the bed's cousin room. But Maria, who had begun straight to the bed without joining in, was completely awake. As she rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked around, she was met with a loud snoring of the three cousins. For a while, Maria had to think about what had happened. After that, she realized that her mother wasn't with her, and quickly got lonely. Maria left the cousin's room, trying to head to the room that had been arranged for her and her mother. Paying no heed to the three who were sleeping soundly, she slammed the door shut. In response, Battler mumbled and rolled over in his sleep, but it wasn't enough to wake him up. After a while, Maria returned, once again opening the door with a lively bang.
Oh! When she did... The transatlantic accent? I think so, probably. When she left the room, her face had been sleepy. But now she was back. She looked irritated. How do you? I don't know. I just listen. They do the fucking voice all the time. And they do that. Loyal KD, is your icon Makoto from Idolmaster? Or I can't tell. Fuck! No, it's not! Oh, I failed! Looks like you're from far away. Okay, anyways. After that, she climbed up Atlu's bed, which happened to be the closest, and started yelling and jumping on it like it was a trampoline. What? Is it an enemy raid? Surround them! After making sure I was awake, Maria moved over to Georgianiki's bed and started jumping on that too. In that manner, the three of us are all greeted with an extremely pleasant awakening. Thanks for waking us up, Maria-chan. You stopped us from sleeping in after that late night. If only you could have been a bit more gentle about it. George Nissan, you really are an adult. I respect that. It'll be 7 o'clock soon. Well, it's not really a bad time to wake up. Do they canonically sleep in their uniforms? Makes sense. Ooh! Ooh! Mama's not here! Ooh! Why? Just wake up early in the morning with me and go on a walk. Ooh! Hey, Aunt Rosa? Ooh! Oh, you want the action?
Mama's not here.
Do you miss me that much? Starting to think some of you might not be joking with Flavia, so it's concerning. Interesting. She wasn't in her room. I wonder if she's already woken up and gone to the mansion.
I'm not here. Mama!
Maria kept groaning, ooh, and looking unhappy. She didn't exactly seem lonely because her mother wasn't around. It was more like she was irritated and thrown off balance because her mother wasn't where she expected. I think all runes are funny. Because some of you do this, you go, and then you go, you type like, how do you have this personality trait? Interesting. Okay, interesting. Let's go. If we could just tell her where her mother was, that alone would probably calm her down. But unfortunately, we had no way of knowing where Aunt Rosa was, except that she wasn't here. You're growing in a lab? Oh my goodness. Anyways, it's time for breakfast, so let's head over to the mansion. Yeah? Yeah. That's right. Maria, let's go to the mansion together, okay? I'm sure Aunt Rosa will be there too. Mama's in the mansion. Then I'll go there. No, I believe you're all scientists and you've experimented on yourself in the lab and you all became goo cats. Yeah, I guess we should go to the mansion. Our parents probably already gone there. Maria regained her usual composure so completely. Her earlier tantrum now seemed like a lie. I got dressed, left the room, and headed for the mansion. I'm so sexy. But don't you want to make a sexy person happy? Want to make me happy? Play UMINEKO. Please. Ooh. Ooh.
Once more, there was a knocking sound on the study door, but there was no answer. He seemed to be sleeping still, and I cannot wake him. If she went back downstairs and said something like that, Ava would probably be amused and triumphant. And even putting Ava aside, it was problematic that Kinzo had stayed shut away during the entire once-a-year conference, not even coming down to greet anyone. Even the family head, no, especially the family head, couldn't fail to make an appearance. I wonder if I can convince him myself. The manga supplies? Yes. Natsu read it herself and used the key that she borrowed from Genji to open the door. I would also advise you if you convince a billionaire to give me $100 million at a new house. Even though she was prepared for the sweet stench, which seemed to eat into one's brain as it poured out into the small crack through the door, she couldn't help but grimace shake. Thinking that he might still be sleeping, Natsu entered the room quietly. When she did, Kinzo was already awake, looking down out the window. So, you're awake. Good morning.
How would you talk to this guy?
How did you get in?
Kinzo spoke with his back still facing her. His voice was not harsh, but calm. And Natsuhi was slightly reassured. However, though he was awake, he wouldn't have ignored all that knocking if he was in a good mood. Natsuhi wasn't able to relax. My sincere apologies. I asked Kenji-san and he allowed me to borrow the key to the study.
Oh.
That's where Kraus got it from. Kraus, no, this is not the time to be a Kinzo Kenny. No.
Oh. Genji did? If my threat that it was that important, then I have no choice but to listen.
Makes sense. That all gave me gifts. Apparently from runes. But what they told me is that apparently some of you are scared of me. Interesting. I don't bite.
So, what business do you have with me?
Breakfast will be ready soon, and I would greatly appreciate it if you would join us.
Am I scary?
I will eat here. I've been proud of you like always.
You shouldn't have told me that. I'm gonna scare you more.
But Father, this family conference happens only once a year. Please, at least let them see your face.
Go back downstairs. Are you asking me to join in as they discuss how to chew up my inheritance after I die? Oh, foolish. Let them speak of such matters as they please without me. And if that's what you call a family conference, it's hardly worth leaving my room for it. I'm busy. Do not bother me.
His last words carried the threat that any further questions would not be appreciated. Natsu realized that any further pleas would finally bring his wrath down upon her.
Yeah, I don't bite. I eat.
She didn't look forward to facing Ava's sarcasm, but there was nothing more Natsu could do.
Invites the family. I don't know, Kinzo's just a little asshole.
Is that so? Understood. I am sure everyone will be sorry to hear it, but I will tell them. Natsuhi decided to give up. Bowing silently, she tried to leave the room before Kinzo's spasmodic temper could flare up. Spasmodic? Oh, I haven't heard that word in forever. As she did, Kinzo spoke to her. His voice was so calm and gentle, it felt like it came from an entirely different person.
Natsu. It has been quite some time since you married into the Ushinomiya family.
Yes. It has been many years since I was first permitted to bear the name Ushinomiya.
Do you sometimes long for your previous family?
No. Marriage means abandoning your birth family. I am Ushinomiya Natsu. The Ushinomiya family is the only family I can come home to. The only one I am fond of.
I get it. I understand. If I marry you, you're mine. Too bad for your family.
She truly wasn't exaggerating. Such was the resolve she felt whenever she applied to the Ushinomiya family name herself. And that's precisely why she was so saddened when her husband didn't treat her like an Ushinomiya, leaving her race about in vain.
I will fight your father and your mother. And both your fathers and two of your mothers. I can't do that. Kinzo would let me. Kinzo would like me so much he'd point me in the head. He'd give me the gold automatically.
If Rouse were a woman, and you his husband. No, I won't say that.
He said, Jesus Christ, I wish Christ weren't in church.
What do you mean by that, Father? Natsuhi was shocked. If Kinzo's words just now were what they seemed, it would have been more than enough to make up for all that she suffered up to that point.
Forget it. It's just the nonsense of an old man.
Kinzo once again faced away from her. He told her to forget it, but Natsuhi couldn't help but feeling a warmth in her heart.
Father, even though I, Natsuhi, am not connected to you by blood, I am still your daughter. I will most assuredly see to it that your honor and glory and everything you have left behind are protected.
You do not have the right to wear the one-winged eagle. However, the one-winged eagle is surely engraved in your heart. That is irrefutable proof that you are my blood relative. One who will inherit the glory of the Ushinomiya family. Some will sneer that there is no eagle on your clothes. But such words are not worth lending an ear to. Only those who hold the eagle in their hearts are my true blood relatives. I now consider it an honor that you are welcomed into the Ushinomiya family.
Without saying anything more, Kinzo remained with his back to Natsuhi. However, Natsuhi couldn't help but feel something warm well up inside of her that she hadn't felt long ago, when she had been just a child. Natsuhi bowed silently to his back and left the room.
Ah, good timing. How is father? You were taking so long, so I came to check.
When Natsuhi left the study, she saw Ava climbing the stairs, and their eyes met. Ava was smirking unpleasantly, thinking that Natsuhi would leave drudgingly after failing to convince Kinzo. However, the way Natsuhi was now, such a frivolous laugh would not disturb her. She was not permitted to wear the family crafts on her clothing. But she was permitted to wear it in her heart. So she spoke calmly, clearly, and confidently, with the dignity of one who would protect the Ushimiya family's glory. Father said he would not join in the family conference. He says he has no interest in discussing such obscene matters. I figured he would say something like that. If you fail to persuade Father, just say so. How pitiful. I'm beginning to see why Father lamented so. What do you mean by that? Natsuhi did not answer. Just as Kinzo had done earlier, she showed Ava her back as she headed down the stairs. Ava finally realized that she was being made fun of, that something had happened to quickly bolster Natsuhi's confidence. Even so, she apparently didn't have the courage to risk Kinzo's wrath. Unable to even knock on the door, she could only click her tongue, making a motion as though scratching at it and follow after Natsuhi. The bottom. Confirmed? So, were Nissan and the rest there? Did you ask Father about them? I didn't get the chance to ask, but they were not inside the study. Father would never let them in his room to discuss such a lowly topic, so it is unlikely he knows where they went. Let us go downstairs and wait for the servants to return from their search. Breakfast may be late. Would you like some tea, Ava-san? That would be fine. Ava couldn't hide her confusion at the complete difference in Natsuhi's attitude. She was acting so boldly, and while Ava hated to admit, she even had a sense of dignity about her. Unable to find fault with anything, Ava could only follow Natsuhi back to the parlor, like a puppy. When the two of them returned to the parlor, Hideyoshi had been joined by the 4 children and Anjo. Genji, who had been talking with Hideyoshi, reported the current situation when he noticed Natsuhi had returned. You still have not found my husband and the rest?
Yes, my apologies. Also, Kumasawa has started preparing breakfast. She said that she will need a little longer.
The clock read a little past 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock should have been the time to start breakfast. Normally, going over that time limit would be a disgrace to the host.
Kanon is now searching outside. Also, no one has seen Shannon either.
Even Shannon's missing? Truly, just how many people did my husband bring with him on his little walk? Just how many people had gone missing by now? Now that the number was this large, it was starting to feel truly unpleasant. As though the people here were the only ones being left out of something interesting. At least, that seemed to reflect the feelings of the children, and Maria in particular. She was indignant, her stomach grumbling, almost as though her mother and the others had left her alone to go off and eat something delicious without her. The other children were flipping through the channels on the television, trying to find a program that might interest Maria and cheer her up again. Nanjo was sitting on the sofa, gazing blissfully at the children while reading a book. It must have been a book about chess. The sound of footsteps came rushing towards them with a pitter-patter. Pitter-patter, 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 pitter-patter. There was only one set, so they realized before seeing who it belonged to was probably Kanon and not Kraus and the rest. Madam, excuse me. Judging by your appearance, you still haven't been able to find them. My apologies. I still haven't. That will be enough. You've worked hard. She didn't know where they were, but they had to be somewhere on this island. They hadn't had a thing to eat since the previous night, so their stomachs must be growling about now. They probably come plodding back of their own accord before long. By now, Natsu was thoroughly exasperated and started to feel there was no reason for them to go out of their way in search. Toskaru, I grab you by your neck. Yeah, Toskaru. I will go to the kitchen to prepare some tea for the guests.
Because you're goo, you just sink out on my hands.
Thanks to both of you for all your hard work so early this morning. Nazi left the parlor, asking as though the release in tension had caused a new surge in her headache.
Some people would say toss her to the choking. Oh, like you?
Karan tried to call her back, but Nazi left swiftly.
What is it? Was there something else?
Yes. I was unable to find her husband or anyone else, but...
Can you confirm it's not them? Oh, so it's you.
But... Well... Kanan sounded evasive. It looked as though he didn't know where they were, but had spotted something that might be connected to their disappearance. Even Hideyoshi noticed the exchange of words and came over. They'd probably picked up on something strange in Kanon's behavior.
What's going on, Kanon-kun? Did you find Kraus, Nissan, and everyone else?
Actually, the Rose Garden storehouse looks strange.
What do you mean, it looks strange?
It was, how should I explain it? Kanon hesitated once more. His tone wasn't all that what you'd expect from this usually fearless boy. Seeing this, Ava and Hideyoshi looked at each other dubiously.
What do you mean? Are you saying Nissan and the others are inside the storehouse?
No. I'm going to inspect the inside now. I just now came back to get the key, but...
I don't really get it, but it sounds like we're just gonna look around inside it. Where's the key to that storehouse?
It is in the servant's room. Let us check inside the storehouse at once.
I need a snack. I want more. I'm so sad. I need more yogurt drinks. Yum, 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 yum. Yeah, I'll take a slight snack. I'm gonna have chips. I like pretzels, though. Yum, 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 yum. Quick break. Okay, hold on. Doop, doop. I'm here, I'm trying chips. Nom nom nom. I'm almost done. Salt and vinegar. Oh, sorry. Should I have sour cream and onion, the worst chips? Unprotected hand-holding. Salt and vinegar is the best, and then if it's a good bag. If it's an average bag, then no. Sour cream and onion, eh. Almost done. I love these chips. Ah. I sat through more spins than you. Here, have this because you ate today. I eat every day. Are you gonna give me money every day? No, you cannot do that. Thank you for the super chat. Ah, keep save your money. Welcome. Recap. Some family members are missing the next day. And there was weird blood-like stuff on the lady's doorknob. but only the doorknob. And no breakfast has been prepared. And right now, Kanan said there's something wrong with the storehouse. So they're gonna investigate it. Yeah. Chihuahua spin. Give yourselves some money. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I want your cat. Give me your cat. What? What? You're following the servants right now. The perspective changes a lot in UMINEKO. So, 1 second you'll get the perspective. It's like a TV show. So 1 second you get the perspective of Battler. Next second you'll get the perspective of Nazi. Next second you'll get the perspective of Kanon. So right now it's around the servants right now. And then sometimes you get a perspective of no one. I am my own cat. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not.
Kanon dashed off to the servant room and returned with the key. My cat wouldn't like you. Yeah, right. Your cat loves me. Genji left the parlor, saying that he would have to go check, but Eva and Hideyoshi followed after him. My cat's mine.
The runes are mine, therefore your cat is mine by extension. Welcome, Zayla, and Lucky Bite.
What was something this strange with this?
I own the copyright on you. It's over.
How was this something strange with the storehouse that caused the usually fearless Kanon to hesitate? It was still pouring outside, but perhaps the curiosity over this something that Kanon can talk about won out. While the children made a big fuss watching television, Kanon and the rest dashed over to the entrance. The Rose Garden storehouse was the place that housed various tools used to manage the garden. It was definitely not a pretty building. Because of its appearance, it had been built so that it was hidden in a corner of the Rose Garden. Kanon, Genji, Eva, and Hideyoshi came cutting across the Rose Garden holding umbrellas. They entered a small patch just off the Rose Garden, which was normally off-limits for those appreciating the garden and only used by those maintaining it. As they dashed down that, the storehouse came into view in front of them.
But a normal-looking door.
It was quite an old shed, but compared to the flawless beauty of the Rose Garden, it was pretty seedy looking. It was easy to understand why it had been built in a heartseat place. Eva and Hideyoshi arrived at the storehouse long after Kanon and Genji.
You two sure? Fast. Nah, my heart was gonna explode.
I never knew they had a storehouse way over here. But what is that? When Eva looked where Kanon was pointing, she was at a loss for words. Noticing this, Hideyoshi also followed Kanon's finger and was likewise too shocked to speak. The entrance to the storehouse was a kind of shutter, and there, everyone suddenly realized why Kanon had been unable to find words to describe what they now saw. On the shutter, which was completely filthy from being exposed to the wind and rain for so long, stuck right on it. There was something that looked like a strange, dark red liquid. Mucus? Or maybe it was some sticky paint. An indescribably eerie shape was drawn on the shutter with some kind of ghastly substance. The rain had caused it to drip down like fresh blood leaking from an open wound. No more beating around the bush. Some kind of mark was drawn there. The ghastly substance that looked like blood. A shape that seemed to suggest something ominous. 2 circles were drawn there, and inside them was a design that looked like a cross. The 4 ends of the cross were widely exaggerated, and it looked like some kind of crest from somewhere around Europe. British runes. And in the cracks between these shapes, written closely packed together, were some unfamiliar characters, or possibly symbols.
Oh, what a vulgar bit of graffiti. Could this be one of those? One of those magic circles used in demonic ceremonies?
It wasn't surprising that Hideyoshi would say that about such a ghastly shape, drawn with a deep red dripping substance.
When was this made? There was nothing drawn here when I came yesterday, before it started raining.
We must do something before anyone else sees us. If they laid eyes upon it, it would cause them great discomfort.
That's right. Even though it's just a shed, I wouldn't want to leave such an unpleasant piece of graffiti alone for even a second longer if I had to.
There are some patents at the storehouse. Let us paint over it temporarily as an emergency measure. The many minutes to the order is good.
Genji remembered that he had just recently seen another scribble, and that it too had been made with a strange dark red substance of the same color as this. That must have been... That's right. He had seen it on the door to Natsu's room.
Come on, Kun. Let's remove the scribble quickly and go back, okay? Even though it's just a storehouse, it's really irritating to have graffiti around the home I was brought up in.
Yes, ma'am. I will take care of it immediately. Khan squatted in front of the shutter and unlocked it. He then lifted it up with all of his strength. A boisterous noise resounded, and the airy shape around the shutter began to get sucked in through the top, and the shutter was raised. At least for the time being, that ominous drawing disappeared from the direct gaze, and they all breathed a sigh of relief.
Thanks to the kids' program they came across, Mario was feeling much better. Did you know in the UMINEKO no Naku Koro ni anime, Mario was watching Higurashi on the television? Now you know. The stupid Twitter bot follows going.
Tyler and Jessica were poking fun at the kid show every turn, cackling together. George was enjoying the program with Mario from her perspective. Nanjo sat on a sofa by himself, passing the time by reading quietly. They heard hurried footsteps coming from the hallway. They were the footsteps of a single person. Did that mean it wasn't the group of four that just left? It was Genji. It was very rare for Genji, who considered being out of breath a violation for certain virtues, to be gasping for air. He'd probably come dashing back from outside the mansion. His shoulders were soaking wet, and he didn't have his usual trim appearance. And Genji noticed Nanjo looking at him. He gave a small, silent bow and quickly approached them.
Dr. Nanjo, my apologies. Please, come with me, quickly. What is the matter?
As Genji whispered something into Nanjo's ear, Nanjo went pale.
Oh, so cute.
He rose from the sofa, trying not to be noticed by the children who were still engrossed by the TV. Grossed, and the two of them rapidly left the parlor, muffling their footsteps. Just as they were about to exit the parlor, they came across Natsuhi, who was pushing the serving cart loading with a tea set. Genji whispered something into Natsuhi's ear, and Natsuhi went pale too in apparent shock. Then, leaving the serving cart where it was, the three of them dashed towards the entrance. George noticed them running down to the rose garden through the window. What's that? Isn't that Genji-san and the Dr. Nanjo-en? And that's Aunt Natsuhi, isn't it?
What's up, Aniki?
Maybe something's happened. They looked terribly flustered. When Jessica and Maria saw that Ava, Hideyoshi, and Nanjo were no longer in their seats, and that the serving cart had been abandoned in the entrance to the parlor, they also realized that something was the matter.
Could there have been some kind of accident? Let's go check it out.
It's still fun if we're the only ones left out, right? For some reason, what Ballard said sounded extremely indiscreet. But they couldn't deny that they were a little insecure and concerned after seeing the adults run off into the rain, without regard to their appearance.
Let's check it out, okay? I'm worried something might have happened.
Jessica's uneasy words spoke for all of them. Let me see. Something about the original expression just hits different. The Alchemist sprites probably, but I like the originals.
I think maybe if I saw the Pachinko sprites first before Alchemist. But then sometimes I like the Alchemist sprites of the PS3, PS4, but sometimes the originals have superior expression. It's hard to explain. You think people would be kidding about it, but once you see it, you go, no, it's got something to it. Hey, Maria, are you coming too? Or will you watch TV?
I wanna watch TV.
That one's pretty good.
Let's go on without her. Maria-chan, we'll be back soon. You keep watching TV, okay? By the time the kids made it outside, the adults are no longer in sight. But Jessica seemed to have a pretty good idea where they'd gone, judging by the direction they'd been running. Following Jessica, we ran through the rain-soaked rose garden. The wind seemed to suddenly get stronger. The malicious sound of thunder began to rumble like it had the previous night. It felt like an eerie something had surrounded the island, and was trying to stop us from moving forward.
Jessica, is there something over this way? I'm pretty sure there's a shed for gardening tools or something. What in the world could be going on in a place like that?
Just as Jessica had said, they began to see the storehouse in front of them. They could also see the adults there. The shutter to the storehouse was open, and several adults looked as though they were searching for something. For some reason, only Natsuki was outside the storehouse. Without even holding an umbrella, she looked like she was hanging her head, and her back was facing them. There was Genji, Nanjo, and Natsuki, who just left the mansion. The ones who left earlier, Kanan, Ava, and Hideyoshi, were also there, making for a small crowd of people. But there was absolutely no bustle of activity. When Natsuki realized that the children were approaching, a terrible expression rose to her face, and she ran at them with her arms spread wide.
You mustn't come any closer! Go back to the mansion!
But despite that, no. Because of that, the kids saw the scene Natsuki was trying to keep them away from. Inside the storehouse with its shutter wide open, a faint fluorescent light shone down. And right there was... Jessica's piercing shriek rang out. But that was just because Jessica's scream was the loudest. The same thing sped out of Battler and George's mouth as well. Eva spread her arms just like Natsuki, roaring at the kids with a bone-chilling expression on her face.
George! Take everyone and return to the mansion! Quickly! Front, now!
When Natsuki spread her arms, I thought she was trying to prevent us from advancing any further. But that wasn't why Eva was spreading her arms right now. She was trying to stop us kids from seeing that terrible scene. It was her mother's heart trying to protect the eyes and hearts of us children by blocking our view of that terrible scene by at least the width of one of her arms. Is this some kind of joke? Is it? I'd seen this kind of cheap scene all too often. In manga, TV, anime, movies. I've seen it over and over again. This was just seeing something appear in real life that I'd seen plenty of times before in some of the sensational movies, right? That whole shit. It's so bastards, isn't it? I get it. That's Uncle Kraus and Kitty-san and Rosa.
Dad! Dad! You mustn't, Jessica! You mustn't go in! You mustn't look! Dad! Dad!
Rigor mortis systems hit across almost the entire body. Most likely, 6 hours or more passed since death. As far as I can tell by looking at the damage area, there's a high probability that they were damaged after their deaths. No, I must watch what I say. I'm a true practitioner. Examining corpses is outside my area of expertise. So what's going on here? Just killing them wasn't enough. So they went on to do something like this? The devil! This here's the work of the devil!
Natsumi caught Jessica in her arms, and Aunt Eva caught Georgianiki. So, I was the only one who could approach the entrance to the storehouse.
If only there had been someone there to catch me too. I wouldn't have needed to have this horrible, evil scene burn into my eyes. No, that's not it. It isn't that there's no one here to catch me. The people who should catch me are right there, aren't they?
Just as Jessica said, into the liquor storehouse with gardening tools. A lawnmower with extra blades, a grass sickle and a hammer, some carpentry tools such as a saw, piled up potted plants and packs of fertilizer, and treated just like the same. The corpses of several people have been laid to rest there.
No, they've been tossed in there. I could tell them by their clothes. An old pastor and Kirie-san, Uncle Kraus and Aunt Rosa. Beyond that, Koda-san and... Are there still more of them? How many people died? You're fucking kidding me! That's more than I can count on one hand! I didn't know where they'd been with the gardening tools, which was used for something other than their intended purpose, could be woven with a naked brutality. Are there some horrible tool have been brought in here specifically for this? Anyway, each one of the bodies shoved in here had been given an atrocious makeup. No, it wasn't makeup. It was more like their faces had been plowed. Their faces are smashed, forced into expressions that normal people can even make after their death. I couldn't tell whether their eyes or noses were, but I could find their mouths because they were gaping wide, their gums exposed. Their front teeth were missing. Even the cheeks that should have been covered, all this up were torn up and laid bare. The trendy makeup you always spend so much time on, even though you're a man, isn't doing a thing now. I always thought you were going to hell. So, not with this, right? You were such a son of a bitch, and you have to suffer so brutally. Didn't I tell you to stop going out with this guy? There's absolutely no reason for you to end up like this. You got no faces! No faces! Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it!
Valerie, son, you mustn't look anymore. Sorry your mother and father want you to see them like this. For their sakes, you mustn't look anymore.
People are supposed to have faces that look like they're sleeping peacefully, right? They got no faces! My dad and Kenny son have no faces! I don't even know what kind of faces they were making because they were dying! What's wrong with you? Oh, I have to see their stop muscling faces every time I rip up in them. That's just great! That's just fucking great! I didn't want to remember the whole pastor's face anyway. Just great! Just great! Kitty-san's face. Kitty-san was on a girl. Sure, she'd take me off of the now, and she was like a cool big sister to me. This is wrong. This is all wrong. At least Uncle Cross has it better, doesn't he? It's on his whole face, just the side. At least he's got half his face left, right? That's still better. That's still better. No!
Jessica filled her ears with the sound of her own screaming, trying to shut out my reckless words. Stop it, Butler! Just stop it! Just stop it!
Hazuki. Hazuki.
Disregarding age and appearance, I fell to my knees, clinging to Anaki's waist and sobbing. It was as if I was crying on behalf of everyone there, representing the feelings of everyone there. I screamed over and over.
By the way, it shows you exactly how they died, too. Let me see. Ooh. Now you know why you have this. You can keep track of who's dead.
Father. The ones lying dead. Lying over there, Uncle Kraus, Uncle Rudolph, and Aunt Cutie. And Aunt Rosa and Goda-san. Just those 5. Right?
No. There are 6 people. There's one more person over here.
The body Hideyoshi was looking down on now happened to be hidden among the shadows in the mountain range of objects. In a blind spot to George, who stood by the entrance. So George couldn't tell whose body it was. So George cursed himself. He cursed the fact that his worst guesses always turned out to be right. So... the one lying at your feet is... Shannon, isn't it?
Yes. It's Shannon.
Added.
George felt completely silent. He shook slightly, his lower lip trembling. Normally, he would have wanted to run to his beloved's body, screaming and crying. However, before rashly rushing forward, he worked to keep his composure and asked his father.
It's... Shannon...
same as Uncle Cross and the others? Hideyoshi deeply understood the meaning of those words. So he couldn't give George an immediate answer. Or rather, he felt that silence was the only sincere and loving response he could give George right now. When George asked if Shannon was the same, he meant to ask whether her corpse was in the same condition as the others or not. Since Hideyoshi hadn't denied it, it meant that her corpse was in the same brutal state. Can I look at Shannon? No, you can't. Why not? After all, I won't be able to see Shannon's face again. Right? So, why won't you let me see what her face looked like at the end? The last time you met Shannon-chan was yesterday, right? Yes. I see. When you left her, what kind of face was she showing you? It was a wonderful smile. After he handed her the ring, she hesitated, even though she might have already made up her mind. Then she looked bashful, and ran away because she was embarrassed to let him see her face looking like that. That's the expression that was revived in George's mind. I see. Then, I'm sure Shannon-chan would have wanted to leave you that smile in your memory. Hideyoshi looked down upon Shannon's body lying at his feet. Just like the others' bodies, it was in such a horrible state that it'd make anyone want to cover their eyes. Her head had been smashed in from the side, and no more than half of her expression remained. At the remaining, blood-soaked half of her expression had been wiped clean. Would that graceful smile of hers have peeked out? But only half of it. Without thinking, Hideyoshi slapped his hand over his eyes. How brutal. If her face was going to be crushed anyway, then if only all of it had been crushed. He might have been able to temporarily distract George from his pain by making the pathetic suggestion that it was someone else wearing Shannon's clothes. But half of her face had been left untouched. It caused the body so much humiliation, while still proving beyond a doubt that the body was Shannon's and no one else's. How inhuman, how brutish. And there, trying his best to bring the image of the remaining half of Shannon's expression into his eyes, as she lay at Hideyoshi's feet, was Kanon. Kanon was not crying. Tears had risen to his eyes, but they did not drip down. But that didn't mean he wasn't feeling as much sadness as everyone else. Losing Shannon, who had lived with him in the same orphanage, whom he had loved as a sister, must have been just the same as losing a blood relative. George, I'm sure Shannon-chan is saying thank you. She must be glad you didn't end up seeing her in such a pitiful state. I'm sure she's thanking you for holding strong and showing restraint. I understand. I understand, Father. I understand. Jordan leaned against the outside of the wall of the storehouse, crouching down limply. Father, I have a request. What is it? I want you to look for me. Is there a ring on Shannon's finger? A ring? Let me see. Hideyoshi crouched down. As he did, Kanon silently pointed to one of Shannon's hands. Yeah. There is. It's a diamond ring. With a valuable diamond. Must have been pretty expensive. And... which hand? Which finger is it on? The ring finger of her left hand. I see, so Shannon-chan was engaged? George? Don't tell me you... Ava! That doesn't matter now! I made a lifelong promise to Shannon-chan. A man promised her happiness for life. Who that man was isn't the issue here. Being told that by a man is a woman's dream, isn't it? I don't know when she received this ring. I also don't know who gave it to her. However, even so, Shannon took this ring. Then, she accepted it and put it on her left ring finger. I'm sure the man who gave it to her was also happy. To most of the people there, Hideyoshi was simply disturbed by this extraordinary situation and was blurting out nonsense. However, someone who knew of George and Shannon's true relationship would understand the full meaning of those words. I see. Thank you, Father. George stood up. The traces of tears still streaked his face, but his expression returned to its usual calm one. Let's go. Butler, Jessica. If we stay here any longer, we'll get in the way of the adults. Jessica sniffled once, showing her face to her mother, who had been holding her the whole time, to let her know she was okay now. When she faced George again, she once again had her on her usual expression. Although she still couldn't smile. Butler, hang in there. Battler kept on crouching in front of his parents' bodies. I'm sorry. Crying like hell calmed me down. You bastard, Dad, I bet you're laughing at me. After all that shit I talked about you. Here I am crying like a baby just because he died. Well, so what? I guess I just got the gene that makes you cry when your parents kick the bucket. Balor's face was still bright red from the tears. But he at least had recovered enough to make a smile, if only a bitter one. Kanon, you mustn't remain here any longer either. Take the children and return to the mansion. Natsuki had been standing in the rain this whole time, unable to take a step into the storehouse. Maybe she had her own way of grieving, different from Battler's. Realizing that she had to take on the role of responsibility now that her husband was dead, she gave Kanon those orders. Yes, madam. Kanon rose silently and turned to face me. His face was pure white, almost as though his own heart had died along with shut on him. And there was no life in his expression. On an ordinary day, if he had been told to guide the children into the beautiful rose garden, Kanon might have led the way. But now, there was no distinction between Kanon and the children. They were now just kids about the same age, suffering the pain of losing those close to them. After making sure the children were leaving, Natsuki started giving orders to Genji. Genji, contact the police immediately. They probably won't be able to come until the typhoon passes, but they should be able to tell us what to do next.
Understood. There is an emergency radio, so I will use that to contact them.
When she heard that, Natsuhi remembered. That's right. The phones were out today, weren't they? However, they also had a radio, since they couldn't necessarily rely on phones at the time while living on an isolated island. At any rate, they should start by contacting the police and receiving their instructions. Everything else could wait. Dr. Nanjo, is there anything more you can do here?
Unfortunately, there is nothing I can do.
Understood. Kenji, could you at least cover their faces with something? Exposing them like this is humiliating to them as well.
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Kenji picked up several dried-up towels from the inside the storehouse when Ava stopped him with a shrill voice.
Wait a second! Stop.
This is the scene of a crime, isn't it? Then we mustn't disturb it. We all panicked and walked in here with our shoes on, but even that will surely get in the way of the police's investigation. Right? Nazi glared at Ava, offended. Objectively speaking, Ava was right. Even so, she glared at Ava as though accusing her of refusing to do those tragic corpses, which had been humiliated even after death. The simple kindness of covering their faces. However, Ava had spoken both calmly and correctly. This horrible situation definitely wasn't an accident. It was a crime. Someone had killed them. It was a murder case. So, they needed to be careful to avoid disturbing the site any further. They had to do what little they could to aid the police, preserving clues that might help catch the detestable culprit.
I agree with Ava-san. Until the police come, we should leave everything else be. What do you say, madam?
You're right. Very well. Close it up. And just in case, we should put a different lock on it.
A different lock?
Yes. When we came here, the shutter was locked. That means the culprit used the key to the shutter to lock it.
That makes sense.
So, does that mean that the key that opens the shutter will have the culprit's fingerprints on it? I'm sure it'll be worth submitting to the police as evidence. But Kanon-kun usually has it, and he used it to unlock the shed just now. It'll probably have Kanon's fingerprints on it. Also, that key was handed to Genji-san just now, and he took it with his bare hands. It doesn't look like it'll be very useful as evidence.
That was careless of me. My apologies. Genji-san, are there any other keys to the storehouse?
I like this song.
No. Only this one.
So, the culprit walked out of the servant room with that key, and then was nice enough to return the key to where they found it?
Ooh, the funny diagrams. Yay! They're here.
La 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 la.
Hideyoshi's theory sounded plausible, but was actually very strange if you thought about it. Why would they go through all the trouble of returning the key they stole? No, if you think about it even more deeply, there's some points that are even more bizarre. When a criminal hides a body, they're usually trying to delay it at the point at which it'll be found, so they can use that time to escape. The 6 weren't necessarily killed here, but it was reasonable to assume that they were killed somewhere on this island, carried to the storehouse, and hidden to delay the discovery of the crime. And yet, the eerie magic circle scribbled on the storehouse shutter had eloquently indicated the location of the hidden corpses. Sure, it didn't explicitly mention the corpses, but 6 people had gone missing. In that situation, someone made such an obvious piece of graffiti, and even returned the key to the shutter. Almost as if they wanted the corpses here to be discovered. Anyway, we can't put all our faith in a lock that the culprit has opened once before. If we want to protect this place from the culprit's hand, I think we should put a new lock on it.
I think that is a good plan. I agree.
Genji fished around inside the storehouse and unsealed a brand new padlock that had been inside a small box.
What should I do with the key?
I will take it. I will take responsibility and hand it over to the police. Natsui took the key to the padlock from Genji's hand.
La 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 la. La 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 la.
After that, they all exited and lowered the shutter. And so, the corpses were once again sealed behind that shutter, which was still covered with that creepy magic circle. Genji crouched down in front of the shutter to fasten the new padlock. Shutters often have a place in front where you can attach your own lock, in addition to the main lock of the shutter. This was one of those types. In the midst of the roar of thunder and the pounding rain, the storehouse stood there, ominously, with its closed shutters still covered in a blood-like creepy substance. It swallowed up the bodies of the six. To Natsui, putting the new lock on wasn't mainly to preserve the scene for the police. She might have felt like she wanted to shut that mouth for all eternity, to prevent that eerie beast from swallowing up any more victims. Come on. Let's go, everyone. Dr. Nanjo, thank you very much for your work. Genji, hurry and contact the police.
I will do so as soon as I return.
The adults left the storehouse. The ghastly magic circle drawn on the shutter kept the six bodies in its throat, looming eerily as the lighting occasionally lit it up.
Boo! See? You like it? Now there's 6 people dead. Isn't that exciting? Aren't you excited? Who bit it? Crawls? Small bombs and mackerel pudding. Wait. You know, that actually sounds legit. Thank you, Lumi. Welcome to Monkey Invite 16 Minds. Excellent viewer. Oh, I do my best. I'm just silly. I'm simply this silly. That's all I am. I'm glad. I hope you enjoyed it. And see Shannon's. Do you want to see a dead body, man? What's wrong with you? Oh, goodness. Here's the new sprites. They're new, but it's pachinko. Oh, you can swap here like that? Nice of them. The old sprites look eerie, and the new one looks scarier. But both are good. So dead, 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 dead. Now only Genji left, Honon, Gonzala. So either you believe someone here did it, or a 19th person. October 5th. Meanwhile, Mario, la 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 la. I love the kids show. La 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 la. All that could be heard was the sound of the rain, the voice from the kids' TV program Mario was watching, and the engrossed Mario's cackling voice. In other words, what greeted them as they returned dumbfounded from that horrible, bizarre scene was the voice of Mario as she rolled around laughing at the TV. Rosa and Maria is that meme. You piss me off. Genuinely. I like to laugh and play. I had some mac and cheese today. Are you 12? I like to... I could see it. Hi, welcome. Wake Dead. 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 They were found in a storage house. And they're dead. And they just got back from looking at it. Bottom right guy? Goda. No one screened for Goda. Damn. No one screened for him. Interesting. At first, Amari returned to their stares with a dubious look. But when she realized they weren't trying to blame her for anything, she ignored them again and immersed her... Damn, Jesus! Maria, I understand that. She ignored them and again immersed herself in the TV program. The children wordlessly sat down heavily on the sofa. Their minds were probably blank from their state of shock. Everyone had cried already and mourned so much. But now they just vaguely sat there. Their faces seeming to have lost all emotion. Only Kananda returned to his usual calm expression. However, that probably didn't mean he'd been able to wipe out the shock. Nothing was reflected in his eyes as he stared into the empty space. Hideyoshi kept on fidgeting, and every time he remembered that horrible scene, he started muttering about how he couldn't believe it. How could it have been something from this world? That must have been the work of demons. Every now and then, his muttering produced a question directed at Nanjo. But the latter kept repeating it in a calm, doctor-like manner that nothing could be understood by only glancing at the scene. And that until the police arrived, they wouldn't learn anything. However, Nanjo only appeared calm next to Hideyoshi, who simply couldn't suppress his agitation and fear. In fact, Nanjo had also received a huge shock, and his face was deathly pale. Maybe the atmosphere was such he tried to rise to the challenge and take charge. Natsuhi appeared to be unchained from her normal attitude. And she briskly gave directions. Hey, not everyone knows. I'll go see father. Genji, quickly contact the police.
Certainly.
I wonder if you would allow me to tag along, Natsuhi-san. Since Crossing-san is not gone, the task of aiding father's been left to me.
She's being nicer now.
It would be improper of me to relax here while relying entirely on you.
Let's see. Also, oh wait. No wonder it's so loud. Okay. You guys react faster than I do. I just let everything play out. Unless it's something really weird.
Natsuhi was struck speechless by Ava's aggressive mood in a situation like this. She seemed to be claiming that with Cross dead, the one to take responsibility should be his wife. But herself, the next highly ranked in the family. Or maybe she didn't been happy at all when Natsuhi took command without reference to her in such an extreme situation.
Damn, the old sprite's got way more smug energy. Booba. They funny.
However, even Ava's mind had been blank from shock until a moment ago. She only came to her senses after Natsuhi started giving orders. Just do as you like. Natsuhi started walking without saying a word more. Ava followed behind her. As they did, Kumasawa ran into the parlor. She usually wasn't the kind of person to run around, so under normal circumstances, most people would have taken her entrance as a sign that something was the matter. But because everyone was still stricken with shock, they hardly even noticed her.
Madam.
If you're looking for Natsune-san, she went to see father. She'll probably be back soon.
Oh, really? Oh my god, thank you so much.
Wait, what happened, Kurosawa-san?
You see, in the dining hall, there was blood.
The ears of everyone in the parlor twitched. Everyone thought the same thing. I hope I misheard that. Any container can only hold so much, and no one here would have been capable of handling yet another tragedy. So they all thought it. I hope I misheard that. What happened in the dining hall?
When I went to the dining hall to set up for breakfast.
The first one to start running was George. His harsh footsteps shocked Hideyoshi and Nanjo to their senses, and they chased after him. Battler and the others followed. They flew into the dining hall one after another, but they didn't find any change that might have caused Kumasawa to go pale. To those who had viewed the crimson scene of the storehouse, it was a bit of an anticlimax. However, Kumasawa, who had followed them, pointed it out. There really were some traces of blood remaining on the floor. Compared to that terrible scene, it wasn't very impressive. However, if you calmly thought about it, this definitely indicated the loss of a lot of blood. There's another puddle of blood over here. What in the world?
It appears a great deal of time has passed. It's probably safe to say that they were killed here last night.
It definitely looks that way. We were talking together in the dining hall until last night. After that, someone must have forced their way in. Dad, when did you and Mom slip out of the meeting and go to sleep?
It was a little past midnight, so we should probably assume it happened after that.
Are you kidding me? Give me a break. My lady, please stay strong.
After seeing the hell on earth in the storehouse, this is nothing.
Really? Good for you. I feel like my head's gonna explode. This is the dining hall, right? Every day, this is where I'd eat. Complain about school, complain about homework. Talk to my dad about my grades. That's what this place is to me.
My lady, it wouldn't be good to remain here any longer. Let's return to the parlor. I agree. Uncle Hideyoshi, I think this room would be really important to the police. Don't you think it'd be bad if we trampled all over it? Battler proposed this in a slightly firm voice. As along with Kanon, he grabbed the pale and shaking Jessica's shoulders.
Everything is just as Battler has said. There is nothing more to be gained from remaining in this room.
Nanjo spoke while looking at everyone's pale faces. Even though that horrible scene in the storehouse felt like something not of this world, at least then we'd be able to leave, to cut ourselves off from that place and run away. Everyone had shared in that feeling. However, this dining hall was different. It was in the mansion, the main building in this estate. And as Jessica had said, it should have been one of the most calming places even inside the mansion. It was where all the relatives had eaten lunch and dinner yesterday. The shock of seeing this place smeared with blood reminded us of that horrible spectacle in the storehouse, and forced us to accept that we hadn't really been able to run away from that scene of the tragedy.
I agree too. The culprit might have left traces in this room. Amateurs like us shouldn't set the place up. Let's leave quickly. Quickly!
Hideyoshi also understood the meaning of what I had said, and pushed everyone to hurry out of the dining hall. The way we were then, looking at that blood any longer would have been too harsh. Nobody went against his words. Everyone raced each other out of the dining hall. It was almost as if the last person in the room would be trapped in there, all alone.
Yay! Yippee! Interesting. I ever see it? It's not a horror game at all. It's a horror murder mystery. Let me save. Save. Save again. Do you like it? Now you can play it, or you can read it. The choice is up to you. Meow. 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 Okay. Now Rikishi works as good. It's the same nice tenseness that Higurashi has, but they're different. Good, I'm glad I can mess with you. Okay, here, let me take a break. But I'll still be here, I'll just eat chips. Actually, wait, you need something more protein. Oh! Yogurt drink. Perhaps. Okay. Come on. Quick break. Intermission time. Yeah, I'm gonna read the manga. Without me? I love it, honestly. Oh, sorry, I can't be it. Let's see. I forgot I drew this. Yeah, it's me here. Okay. I'm so sexy. Okay, hold on. Yogurt. No, no indirect kisses. No, it's a drink. A beverage of sorts. It has less protein than a regular yogurt, but it has also less calories, but only 2 grams less protein. But it also has less sugar than the regular yogurt. So, if I had 2 of these bottles, I'd be only having slightly more calories, but double the amount of protein, and only a tiny bit more sugar. Yogurt's healthy, yeah. My fridge is full of cheese sticks and yogurt and meat. That's me. I string the cheese. I like peeling it apart and eating it. It makes it more edible. Why wouldn't you eat it that way? You chomp it, but it's too much cheese. Too much cheese in one bite. I thread it because I get to take my time and go, And then, by baby's first law, I assume I'm having more when really I'm just having one. I like mozzarella cheese. I don't want pepper jack. I'm gonna peel you like a banana. Arrgh. Oh my goodness. You look like an onion. Bald macaroon. Oh my god. Spicy drool. If I was your friend, I would screenshot and I would send that to you every time you said something sus. Onions are not delicious. After they're cut up, they are. They look cute though. I'm not eating a whole onion. I watched Holes, you can do that. Interesting. Okay. Don't like onions. I like them cut up. I'm never gonna bite an onion just right out of the box. Or out of the aisle. Once in the hallway, we lent a hand to Kumasawa, who was still trembling and leaning up against the wall, and we all headed back to the parlor together. Consuming UMINEKO without me, huh? Wow. Then Genji returned.
Oh, Genji-san. Were you able to contact the police? As to that, I'm afraid I must apologize. They pulled horror trope on us one. Cut off all contact. As to that, I'm afraid I must apologize. I don't know if it was failure of the radio or something else that caused it, but...
What the? So you couldn't contact the police? Both the phone and the radio failed?
My apologies. The boat will be arriving on Monday morning, and I believe we'll be able to borrow their communications equipment.
Isn't there a boat on this island? Can't we just take a little trip out to the Nijima Police Department?
Ryushi-san, that would be impossible with this weather. At the very least, we can't do anything until the typhoon passes us by.
Yep, so even if you get in the boat, you're gonna die. Let me just go sail a boat during a storm. That sounds like a great idea.
Cross-Sama's boat is being repaired and is not on the island. Therefore, we must wait for the boat coming on Monday.
How could this happen? 6 people are dead! The phones and radio aren't working, and there's no boat! So until the typhoon passes and the boat comes in... In other words, until tomorrow morning, we're gonna be stuck here on this island, unable to contact the police, aren't we? Which means that... not just us... but the criminal who killed everyone is also confined to this island.
Reminds you of Murder Mansion on Bayon.com. Good times.
That certainly follows. The culprit who killed everyone is still here on the island. So, the bastard killed Dad and the others must still be hiding somewhere, unable to escape. Damn it! I'll catch that bastard. No way I'll hand him over to the police. Slice him to bits myself.
The expression is so different.
Maria had finally realized that something odd was happening in the parlor. Rather than noticing something odd, it was probably better to say she felt unhappy and neglected, since everyone was getting so excited about something only she didn't know about. Me.
Jessica, Anita, did someone die?
The way she spoke was completely calm. Just as though she was talking about someone who had appeared on a television drama, as though it was someone else's problem. Jessica probably didn't like that. As though trying to say, can't you tell by just looking at me, overwhelmed with grief? She flared up at Maria. Leave it all done. Everyone! My dad and Battler's parents, Kuroda-san and Shannon, and even your mother too! Stop it, Jessica! You aren't the only one who's sad.
Maria-san, I knew this would come as a shock, but please, listen. Your mother has died.
Mama died?
Yeah. Someone killed her. I know it's sad, but stay strong.
How many people died?
6 people! 6 people! Damn it! How can anyone do something that cruel? There's a limit to how cruel you can be if you're human! I don't know who it is, but the culprit isn't human! There's no way their blood is red! The truth is, though.
The culprit isn't human. It's just chosen by the...
Huh? Hey. Maria, did you say something just now? Maria just said something. But since the words were so remotely separated from the flow and context of the conversation, I couldn't understand them for a second. When I tried to ask her to repeat it again, I was shocked by the sudden sound of Aunt Natsu's loud voice coming from the entrance of the parlor. It looked like Aunt Natsu and Aunt Ava had returned for their trip to see grandfather.
You can't contact them, even with the radio? If we can't use it at a time like this, why do we even have an emergency radio?
My apologies. It was supposed to have a maintenance inspection every year.
Wait, don't you have one of those boat signaling devices that make a flashing light? Couldn't you use that to contact the next island?
We do not have such equipment. My sincere apologies.
Just then, Komasawa arrived pushing a serving cart loaded with breakfast. Since there was no way we'd be able to eat in the dining hall, Hideyoshi had ordered her to take it to the parlor.
Why are we eating breakfast here?
Natsu-san, I'll tell you later. More importantly, Ava, how's father? Judging by the fact that he's not with you, it seems he will not leave his room. Not even for a situation like this.
He wasn't there. The room was empty.
It never does it sound like that. Look here. Missing. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
What the? Where could he have gone at a time like this?
Do you mean to say the master has left his study? That is correct. I was surprised myself. I wonder when he left his room. Do any of you have an idea? Natsu looked at Genji and Kanon as she said this. Maybe she was trying to ask what the servants who served directly under the One-Winged Eagle knew of the place he might go. However, it was probably the other way around. Their faces made it clear that those who know Kinzo best realized even more than the rest how impossible it was for him to leave his room. Even we have no idea.
As you all know, within that study, the master has everything from a place to sleep to a bathroom. I couldn't imagine him leaving that room except for a significant reason. In that case, what? Isn't it natural to assume that one of those significant reasons came up?
We still cannot be certain that's the case.
Anyways, he is a fickle person, so it's possible he went for a walk by himself, unaware of the current situation.
If that is the case, then we must act all in a haste to tell him what has happened and ask for instructions.
That's right. Although I don't want to think about it. It's possible something has happened to him. Isn't it?
I'd rather not even consider such a sinister possibility.
No one had seen Kinzo since the discovery of the 6 terrible corpses. On top of that, the phones were broken. The radio wouldn't reach anyone, and there was no way to contact the police. Apparently, the typhoon would leave tomorrow and the boat would come. But until then, no one could rely on anyone outside the island, nor could they escape the island. The tragedy had hit everyone so abruptly that they lost all their composure. Everyone felt a heavy silence. Everyone was impatient. Even though they needed to do something, they couldn't think of anything. So some of them held their heads in their hands while others got irritated. Right now, no one could explain what was occurring on this island, Rokonjima.
Would you rather be in Higurashi or Umineko?
Pick your poison, I suppose.
After that, Higurashi, are you sure? Hey, your name's Chihaya, right? Chihaya Hoshino? Have you been feeling lately? Your neck hasn't been itchy, right? Surely your neck isn't itchy or anything. Tori, hi. We're playing Umineko. Welcome, everybody. Hi. You don't have an itchy neck or anything, right? Right? Scratch, scratch. Hey. Hi, Tori. We're playing UMINEKO no Naku Koroni, for anyone that doesn't know. It's like Succession, or rather, it's a rich family that meets once every year, and then the old head family lead is dying, so they're discussing their inheritance. Unfortunately, there's a typhoon today, so they can't leave the island, and 6 people have been murdered. So, it's a murder mystery game. You can play it. I recommend it. It's known for being one of the best Saw novels ever. Also, you can read the manga. There's also that. Hi. Hey, let's go. Tori. I'm gonna bite you. I pick UMINEKO for stories in the hot summers are insufferable. I like other people suffering through hot summers. I like it because it gets... Wait, never mind. Anyways. Never mind. Where was I? I can bite whoever I want. Ah! It's nothing. You're wild. Finish your thoughts. Because thighs look nice and they're sweaty. And then the uncomfortableness the person feels when they're having the sweaty thighs, I go, oh, interesting. So it's slightly humiliating for them. And then their reaction and expression, I go, oh my goodness. And that's it. I said never mind. I said never mind. This is what you get. Fuck off. After that, we hate the breakfast Kumasawa-san has made, which felt dry and tasteless. I'm not a fucking pervert. Leave me alone. If you have the same thoughts as me. Some of you have the same thoughts as you. Not all of you, some of you, and you very much know that. You know that. Freak. Machina X Freakon Freakaroon. Maki Freakaroon. After that, we hate the breakfast Kumasawa-san a date, which felt dry and tasteless. I'm just an appreciator of the human body. Of course, it was right after like that something had happened. No one felt particularly hungry. If not thighs, what do you like? However, we understood logically that not eating would weaken our bodies. It would be also rude to Kumasawa-san, who had made the breakfast. You appreciate their insides? I guess, but... I'm not thinking much about your organs. Do you want me to? What's it to say? Oh my god, your pancreas. Oh my god, your liver. It's making me go insane. What am I, Elsa ReZero? You got too much Xeno in your brain. What are your thoughts on the pancreas? It's okay. Kumasawa also had taken some unusual Western vegetables, ones that Goda had probably ordered for his ultra-elaborate meals, and cooked them in Japanese style. See, I like the outside of the body. Tavi likes the inside. Which made them turn an unpleasant color. As to what Goda had been planning to cook with those ingredients, right then I can even imagine it. Why did I just say thing? Now I can't get fucking married.
If I did think about it, I'd be reminded the way Goda-san had died. A sour taste would fill the inside of my mouth. Everyone pretended to eat for the time being. Of course, no one made as much progress. Then we began pooling our knowledge of our current situation. First off, 6 people, which included Uncle Kraus, my dad, Kirei-san, Aunt Rosa, Goda-san, and Chanan-chan, had been found in the Rose Garden storehouse as brutally mutilated corpses.
No, because people don't like perverted guys.
And yet, we still couldn't contact the police. since both the phones and the radio were unusable. So, until the typhoon passed, there's nothing we could do. Furthermore, grandfather, who might have hoped we would be able to show a little leadership in this kind of situation, had disappeared some time ago. Koda-san had a meat breakfast, so grandfather's stomach must have been empty. And if he had just been taking a casual walk, we should be able to hear him whining about how hungry he was by now. And despite that, he hadn't appeared. There was more of a small chance he'd be caught up in this crime. According to my aunts, on their way back to the Kinzo study, they searched for him, calling out on every floor, but unable to find him.
Oh, so you guys like perverts? Freaks? Interesting.
Considering the timing of it all, it's only reasonable to assume this disappearance had something to do with the crime. We figured Dad and the rest were probably killed at the dining hall and painstakingly moved to the storehouse. So maybe grandfather had already been killed. Which simply haven't been discovered yet. Why do you think we're watching you? No one actually said this out loud, but this theory seemed extremely convincing. We would go check out that all the windows and doors are locked. We must also conduct a thorough search for Father.
Oh, sorry, yeah, you blinked here.
The children must remain in this room. Ava-san, Hideyoshi-san, I'm sorry, but please stay here with the children. I'd like to ask you the same, Dr. Nanja.
I understand. I will wait here.
Not to fault the servants. Genji-san, Kimosawa-san, and Kanaka out of the parlor. All that was left was on Ava, Hideyoshi, Dr. Nanja, and the forest children. A total of 7 people.
Let's all stick together and maybe watch some television while we wait.
Stop! Shut up. Some of you need to watch your mouths.
Uncle Hideyoshi started acting cheerfully, trying to brighten up this gloomy atmosphere.
Hey! Good show, watch it, watch it. Hey!
Oh, really? You want to watch TV, Mario-chan? Then come and watch it with your uncle.
Mario was the only one who joined in. Though Mario had been told of her mother's death, she didn't show the slightest flicker in her emotions. Was it really normal for a 9-year-old girl like Maria to act so much like a very young child? Everyone else's mood failed to improve, and they each sank absent-mindedly into their sofas. Hanaki. Hey, can I ask you something? What is it? Just now, in the storehouse, you said something about Shanan-chan and a ring. Did you give that to her? George Hanaki didn't answer, but he hung his head and closed both of his eyes. There could be no clearer response.
Quit it, Battler. Figure it out yourself.
You're right. I shouldn't have asked.
That's right.
It was me. Last night, I proposed to her. That was when I gave her the ring. I told her that tomorrow she should put it on whatever finger she wanted. As her answer. Guess it was a pretty pretentious thing to say. And that ring had been on the ring finger found Sean's left hand.
Well, several years ago, Sean came to me asking for advice. About you, George Nissan.
I wonder what you could have said.
Shannon was always really bad at lying. It was obviously pretty quickly that you were the one she was talking about. She asked whether it would be okay to get close to someone, even though she was only a servant. She asked about what kind of things boys like, what kind of clothes she should wear to make them happy, lots of stuff like that. Well, expose the shoulder slightly a bit, while the rest of the other shoulder's covered up. Make eye contact and look away, then push your hair right behind your ear. Overkill. Wear a giant shirt that is too big for you.
Well, I guess you could say I felt envious hearing her say it like that. So then she was given an engagement ring. And it all ended right there? Well, different people value different things differently. That being proposed to by a man, it can be the high point of your life. So, I'm sure. Last night, I'm sure Shannon was happy. From the bottom of her heart, happier than she's ever been since the day of her birth.
Damn, well that's on her. I don't know if I was happy. I was more like, what am I doing? What's the first thing a baby thinks they get out? It's uncomfortable, right? It's cold! I exist! Kind of based.
George Aniki sighed deeply, without raising his head. Or maybe tears that burst into his eyes.
Put me back in, Chief. Were they gonna put you in the womb and seal you back up? What happens if you let someone... Does the child burst through the mom's belly? Or does the baby die?
It seems Shannon was on duty in the guest house last night.
Gibby. I have a question. Gibby, if someone's going to get pregnant but they can't give birth or the child can't exit, does the mom die? Or does the child burst out? I lack critical information. Hi, everybody. Hello.
Hello, bubbies.
Hello, bubbies. We're playing UMINEKO, and it's a murder mystery about a family with inheritance issues, and now there may be someone else on the island, but they can't get for help because the emergency radios don't work, the phone lines are probably cut, and there's a typhoon, so they can't go by boat and leave. So they're stuck here with a killer. Smiles. What the fuck you want about? What you say to me? What the fuck you want about? What you want about, huh? Huh? Hi. Hi, Terry. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you. What if you can't see section? Yeah, I was gonna think, don't they both die? Interesting. Okay, now I know. Birth kind of scary. She went over to the mansion. Try a D section? I think that's something else. I think that's something that makes the baby.
She went over to the mansion. Think about how Shannon must have felt. When you receive an engagement ring, then no matter how much warning you've been given beforehand, it's perfectly normal to get so excited that your mind goes blank. She must have been incredibly embarrassed.
When's my marriage? The fuck?
And then Shannon went to the mansion, even though she hadn't been assigned there. Helped Godo with his work, and got caught up in this crime.
You get good. Fuck you! Sigh. Why are you sighing out of disrespect at me? Planet then. I'm gonna steal everyone you love. And I'm gonna marry them right in front of you. You're just mad I have a cinema roll mirror. You're just mad I have a cinema roll mirror. Do you have a cinema roll mirror? I don't think so. I don't think so. Let's see. If only I hadn't... Oh! Wait, yeah, if she hadn't given her that ring, she might have had no reason to go there. Oops! Nah, she just got cut up. But I see the cause and effect that's stressing you out.
If only I hadn't... given her that ring. On that day. In that place.
Someone wouldn't have... Sayo wouldn't have caught up in that crime.
Aniki. That's the one place where you're wrong. It's definitely wrong. So, don't cry anymore.
Chat isn't loading for me, because you're only supposed to focus on me, that's why.
Battler, let's leave him be. On John H. said that, I stopped talking to him. This place where it's a comfort might actually do more harm than good.
That is scary.
Jessica sat down next to Aniki and put an arm around him. Even and Jessica, who had known about Aniki and Shannon's love since the beginning, and who had even discussed her relationship with Shannon, could comfort Aniki now. I went over to Aunt Eva and sat down on the opposite sofa. Battler, you really are strong. It looks like you've kept a good hold on yourself. Well, look. The depths of love become the depths of the wound, right? After all, it's not like that old bastard that died and has anything to do with me. I feel bad about Kirei-san, but, well, she wasn't actually my parent.
My. If that's so, you certainly were crying a lot back then. Well, I did think at least that much crying was due to gratitude to the Baron who raised me.
The speed of that changeover in dry tone was to come from Rudolph. That kid would always get violently happy, sad, and angry. But he'd always regain his cool immediately afterwards.
Me after I play with my food.
It's nothing like that. I haven't really been able to get over the shock yet. I think the only difference between me and everyone else is the kinds of emotions it stirred in me.
And what do you mean?
I've been acting much calmer than George, Aniki, and Jessica. That wasn't because my sadness is any less intense, or because I've already recovered.
Oh, Suspicion. I like this song.
My sadness was simply getting replaced gradually with a different emotion. Rather than sad, I'd say I'm more pissed off. What bastard did this and where? It's kind of been eating at me that I didn't get a chance to smack him upside the face. That was what I really wanted to do. I couldn't forgive myself if I just sat there, overwhelmed with sadness and hugging my knees. Since the time Dad and the others were killed, this island has been covered by the typhoon. Which means the bastard responsible for all this is still somewhere on this island.
Yes, that would seem to be the case. I wonder if they're hiding somewhere in the dark forest even now.
I felt like I'd had a very similar conversation with Kirei-san the night before. That's right. After the letter from that person claiming to be Beatrice appeared at the dinner table last night, we talked about whether or not the 19th person actually exists. Aunt Eva, do you think this murder has anything to do with the letter from Beatrice last night?
Ah, that one? Well, I wonder.
All of the siblings agreed that the mysterious letter was sent to further complicate the problem of father's inheritance. As to whether that, in this case, is morning related, it's impossible to tell at this stage. Was that letter really given to Maria by some witch called Beatrice? How could it be? All of it was a farce devised by father, wasn't it? He made Chan or someone wear the dress from the portrait and trick Maria, right? Isn't that just the kind of overly intricate prank father would pull? Last night, I talked with Kirei-san about whether Beatrice actually exists. And Kirei-san also said that Beatrice was also probably one of us 18. Isn't that obvious?
Is it a 19th person or is it 18th?
There's no one else on this island besides us, right? There must be someone amongst us who's pretending to be Beatrice.
It's me.
There's no one else on this island, you think? It's obviously, right? Are you saying there would be someone else here other than us? No one is on this island except us. There are only 18 people. So the one pretending to be Beatrice has to be one of those 18. Kirei-san denied the existence of a 19th person by spinning the chessboard around. Even though Andreva hadn't constructed the argument that complicated, her opinion at least was the same.
I have 50 million alt identities. I'm your mother and your father. The dress would suit you. No, you witch? I think you mean bitch.
Except if that's the case, our situation starts to look very ugly. At the time of Beatrice's letter, the whole thing could be passed off as a prank set up by someone or another. However, if we're assuming there's no 19th person, we can't ignore this anymore. In other words, if there is no 19th person, then the culprit who killed Dad and the others is also one of the 18, right? So, in other words, the person who killed them is one of the people inside this very mansion right now. Aunt Ava smiled meaningfully. It looked like she thought this conclusion should have been obvious in the very beginning.
Saying hi to each other? Wow, sorry. Guess it can't be me.
The culprit carried the bodies of those 6 into the storehouse. But even that was an impressive feat, don't you think? The shutter was always closed. Locked, right?
You have the funniest moment right now to do something really funny. No! You're supposed to go boo! You're too nice for your own good. This is why I'm gonna play around with you forever. Too late. Too late. You can't switch now. Completely not go if you're so sorry.
Understand? Is it possible the shutter was left open by mistake that day? The servant said it's always kept locked. In other words, unless the culprit took the keys in the servant room, there's no way they could have opened the storehouse. I wonder if the key in the servant room was the only one. Genji-san said that was the case. Which means the culprit knew where that single key was kept and took it. Just now, I watched Kano-kun return to the key to the servant room. The wall was packed with keys, and I don't think a novice would know where or what those keys went to. The culprit was miraculously able to find the storehouse key among all of those. Furthermore, even though the key didn't have a tag or anything sticking to it, they knew it was the key to the storehouse behind the rose garden. And that means they also knew who the storehouse was. I'd say it even clearer. The culprit knew the inside of the servant room well. Her argument was extremely plain and clear. If the bodies had been found thrown somewhere in the bushes of the rose garden, there wouldn't have been much to go on. However, if there was only one key to the storehouse in the servant room, and it was stored with such a large group of keys, a novice would not be able to tell them apart.
We used the original for Higurashi too. I like them. I mean, look at the new one. The pachinko works, but I think the original have really good expressions.
The Family members didn't normally go to the servant room, which meant that.
They're very charming. Sorry, I can't be them.
Which means that one of the servants is the culprit.
But who would it be? 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, not really, Andrew. Kumasawa did it.
I'm sorry, but even I can't tell you any more than that. However, I'll tell you one thing.
What's that?
It's reasonable to think that the culprits are multiple in number and fairly well armed. They'd have to be, wouldn't they? They had to assault the 4 in the dining hall and kill them, drag a total of 6 bodies all the way to the storehouse beyond the rose garden, and arrange for that disgusting makeup and the graffiti on the shutter. There's no way a single culprit could carry out all that on their own, right? It made sense. It probably would have been possible for a single person with enough time, and it wouldn't take so incredibly long. It was probably safe to assume that a significant number of people are involved.
My god, it's Armis.
Phew.
God, I love the fucking rain. Who's the least likely to kill someone in all of HOLOSTARS-EN? Tell me. I will debunk everything you say. Walter, you sure? Tuttle? Okay, fair. Robodu? Fair. HAP? Axel? No. Shinri? I asked Shinri what did he do with the Death Note, and he said he would try to help the world. That's a red flag. Oga. Oga kills people with his tits. Gerard kills someone on accident. Haka kills people for a living. Rio's dead. Fuma kills people with his charismatic personality. Xian's killed people. He's mafia. Ruse kills you. He kills your ego because he's better than you. Uyu would kill me. Me? I don't know. Not Tema Senpai. Yep. Tabioli. I think the answer, the question to that is it's quite obvious.
Phew. So what you're saying is that maybe all the servants are in cahoots. Please keep it quiet, okay? It wouldn't be right to voice mere speculation like this. And if it really is true, what would you do next?
There is no answer. I just wanted to hear yours.
They might not let us leave here alive. This is an opponent who had no trouble killing Nissan and the 3 others.
Yep, let's... Big guy. Goda himself is big. Who's, Kirita can beat your ass, though. Rosa very small. Shannon's still like 16. Or was, since she's dead.
Right now, the only ones I can count on to fight with me are the 3 in my family and... maybe you. Which comes to a total of 4 people, right?
That battle spirit's not bad.
We're no better off than they were last night. In short, it'd be easy for the culprits to massacre the rest of us.
What would you do in this situation? Did you go hide in the forest?
I've been playing detective on Ava, trying to expose the person who killed Dad and the rest before the police did.
That's if the typhoon doesn't kill you.
Not to mention there are animals in the forest. I'd lock myself in my room. Without me, I go isolate somewhere. So you wouldn't ask me for help? Probably too scared to think. So you wouldn't ask me to think with you? Same panda. Oh, so it's not same Flayon? Okay, whatever. If I could cleverly penetrate the culprit's identity and stick proof in their face. I've been so sure that, just like one of those detective movies, the culprit would then give up and surrender. However, the culprit would surrender if there was no way for them to fight back. Hey, am I pissing you off a bit? That's kind of...
Interesting.
The culprits behind the crime are far from helpless. I might even be able to massacre all the remaining people here. On top of that, this island is like a giant closed room, cut off from the outside world by the typhoon. So they had a full day until tomorrow to kill, scheme, and camouflage themselves. In short, it wasn't a safe atmosphere where we could get very far by playing detective. To the contrary, we were at a stage where we had to be scared stiff, since playing detective might displease the culprits and cause them to commit another mass murder. Well, it's just a possibility, right? But I can't bring myself to trust the servants yet. You can only hear a smile come voicing Ava. Jesus, come on, guys. But that doesn't mean I only suspect them. Don't you think there might be some mastermind behind all this? A mastermind? Why do you say that? It's just a feeling. Think about what the word servant literally means. It means someone who serves as someone else's arms and legs, right? It was a bunch of Ushinomiya family members who got killed. But what about Shana and Goda? So naturally, it must be someone involved who stands to gain from that result. So you? This was also plain and clear. The Ushinomiya family had been right in the middle of discussions about how to distribute the inheritance when grandfather died. If this case followed the standard form of any classic mystery novel, the crime was definitely caused by someone with ties with the Ushinomiya family and was involved in the inheritance problem. Aunt Ava had probably read a few books on that genre herself. Her argument may have had a few blind assumptions in it, but it was a standard conclusion that anyone might have reached.
What the fuck you are doing?
Yoink! Vibing without me? Okay. I think most people would end up suspecting the servants, even if they used different reasoning to get there. Especially the story about the key to the shutter. That made it very easy to suspect one of the servants was involved. And that's why... I don't like it. What do you mean you don't like it? Nah, just talking to myself. I tried to dodge her question by joking, but I couldn't erase the sense of unease welling up inside me. After all, her conclusion was such an easy one to reach. A conclusion that anyone could reach. And I just couldn't be satisfied with that. If I tried spinning the chessboard around, like I learned from Kide-san, this was exactly why a servant possibly couldn't be the culprit. Couldn't possibly be. Yeah, why would you make it so you're suspected the most? Although, if that were me, I'd pull off some insane logic like that. But it only works on people who think too much. If the servants really were culprits, they wouldn't hide the bodies in a place connected to themselves. Why on earth would they use the rose garden shed if they were the ones in charge of the key that can unlock it? The police would probably immediately pursue whoever had been in control of the key. It was even possible that some other facts might come to light as a result. The more we think of servants as culprits, the less reason they had to carry the bodies to the storehouse. But what if they knew that we think that and put the corpses in the storehouse for that very reason? No, it's completely impossible. When the police come and inspect the scene of the crime, they'll probably be able to uncover many things. No matter how carefully the culprits carried out their murder, some traces will definitely be found. In other words, they had everything to lose and nothing to gain. If you think about it this way, and look at this murder game from the culprit side, it's hard to imagine they'd want to call attention to the corpses. Once the corpses were found, it could result in someone sending a report to the police. Or it might make the remaining people more cautious. Or it might make the survivors search for the culprit. None of these things would make life any easier for the culprit. It's just the words of the main character's mother in a novel I read recently called Higurashi no Naku Koro ni. Every story needs to have a beginning, middle, and end. Unlimiting that beginning is essential for the perfect crime. Casey. Right now, we don't know where grandfather is. We don't know if he's already become a victim or if he's one of the culprits. But this state of confusion must be beneficial to the killer.
I like the song. What are you doing? I'm hitting my mirror. I'm going along with the ticking. Would you rather this? Freak.
In fact, this is the perfect place to spin the chessboard around. In other words, showing us the corpses in such a flashy way must have been the culprit's goal in and out of itself. So, at the very least, to the culprit, the appearance of 6 corpses there meant more than the deaths in themselves. In other words, the culprit wanted this murder on display.
Oh my god, this is my fan. Did they hang my body from the cross?
To whom? To us. This is a message. The culprit's trying to shove something in our faces. I don't know what it is. At this point in time, this vulgar mass murder isn't making me feel anything except malice directed towards all of us.
I knew it. I knew it. And people love something very strongly, they can also kill them very strongly. I knew it.
Malice towards all of us, is it?
I don't like that. No, I wouldn't do the same to you.
Each one of the survivors has some kind of connection to the one of the 6 victims.
I'm so different. My love is the ultimate unconditional love of all time. My blessing and my curse.
Uncle Cross's death brought Jessica the grief of losing a family member. The deaths of Dad and Kiryu-san brought me sorrow. Aunt Rosa's death brought me Maria's sorrow.
Yes, but I wish it was more conditional. Because when you love someone, I will still love them. But even after they hurt you big time, you'll still love them, like that type of thing. It's hard to break it. That's why I avoid using the word.
Goda-san's death probably shocked his fellow servants. And Shunon's death brought grief in both to George Aniki, who had proposed to her, and Kanako, who loved her like an older sister.
It's a very powerful word. Powerful to use, but that's exactly the reason why I hold off on saying it. You can hurt people with negative and positive words.
Everyone on this island had received an equal amount of silence.
Avoiding king. I'll bite you.
Aunt Ava was sure the servants were in cahoots. But then, how could you explain the deaths of Goda-san and Chanan-chan? At any rate, by this argument, the grief caused by 6 deaths hit everyone but Aunt Ava and Uncle Hideyoshi.
Tomorrow is guaranteed for me because I'm sexy.
Even Aunt Ava, who directed suspicion of the servants and acted as though she herself was beyond suspicion, cannot be ruled out as a suspect.
Also, I'm attractive, so I can't say I love you to people willy-nilly.
they'll get the wrong idea. In the first place, she was able to argue the servants were suspicious by forking the shutter's key. But if we look at it from a perspective of the motive and who would gain, David's name rises at the top of the list. Good night, sleep tight. Hi, Ian. You're a man.
It's actually called being respectful, because you don't watch how you say you can lead on a lot of people. I'm just very aware of powerful my word. I'm mature lad. Younger me, was I? Maybe in theory.
I know what you're thinking, Valor.
Huh?
Oh no, please don't tell anybody. You know about my head's so full of obscene stuff. I'm the one who's going to gain the most from these murders. Since I'm going to be suspected anyway, I might as well get it out in the open.
Yeah, you were the one who's the most suspect. I really want money right now. Oh, damn, the rest of the family's dead. That's crazy. That's crazy, doll.
I tried to dodge the issue by joking around, but apparently it didn't work.
The inheritance will be divided into as many parts as there are siblings.
But right now, I'm the only one of the 4 left. All the assets of the Ushiriya family will become mine. If Uncle Hideyoshi hurt you, he could say, could you give it a rest? It's not funny. I'm sorry. I was just fooling around. Since I'm going to be suspected anyway, no matter how much I try to smooth it over. That's why, from my point of view, this murder might have been designed to cast suspicion on me.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, my alibi for last night is weak. Could you tell me a bit more about last night? As you know, the discussion between the siblings and how to slice up and eat the inheritance continued until late that night. But I don't know how late it lasted. My husband and I had woken up early that morning.
You love Ava, not me? Okay.
We're so sleepy. And a little past midnight, they let us go. We then returned to the guest house and rested there. Can anyone other than Uncle Hideyoshi prove that?
No.
Wait, it's not like I suspect you or anything, okay?
Wait, I remember what I do. If I like someone romantically, I'll say, I'm in love with you. That type of thing. See, that one's easier. Finally, the Aishitaru. Not even all comparable. But I do like there's a difference. I would say Daisuke. I could do that.
Oh, are you sure about that? I don't know if it counts as proof, but when we returned to the guest house...
That's easier for you. One time I helped someone with homework and she thought I was flirting with her. I'm solving math problems! I made no moves! I just said X goes to Y and plus to the second degree. It's just how I deal with it. One time I was like, oh, hey, like literally you are struggling to carry those books. I didn't even have to say, I was like, do you need help? I have a boyfriend, thanks. What? I just said you want help carrying those books. She fell and dropped them, by the way. And tripped over it. Then she let me carry. I just have to be aware. You should be aware of your power, too. Be careful. You say hateful things and loving things. I know, because a lot of the people here that watch are dense. Everyone stops by in the ruins. People will go, oh yeah, I'm actually romantically interested in you. And you'll do this. What? I got you figured out.
I think that should be enough to prove that we returned to the guest house a little after midnight. So, if my theory was correct, the servants would all be in cahoots, and that wouldn't actually make for much of an alibi. Hey, we got a point there. Guess that means I'm playing detective with the real culprit right now, huh? However, let me say this for my honor's sake. If I was after the inherent sins, I've never committed a bizarre set of murders.
Can you shut up? Make me.
After all, if shouldn't they make them forfeit their right to the inheritance, it wouldn't matter to them how they died. It'd be much smarter of me to try and make their deaths look like accidents.
How would you murder everyone? You don't understand the case? Don't worry about that. Don't worry. I'm fishing and teasing the people that call me dense by calling them dense. I wouldn't stab. Poison. Kaboom. Simple poison. I'll be contacting the police.
Especially if you're assuming I laid out some careful plans that involve the servants. You've got a point there. If you're killing someone for personal gain, you definitely shouldn't make it look like a murder.
Exactly.
That's why I'm in such a blue mood. The police will probably treat me like the mastermind and investigate all kinds of things. Not fun at all. Aunt Eva shrugged with a bitter smile. It was just as easy to suspect Aunt Eva as it was to suspect the servants. So, if we spin the chessboard around, does that make it impossible for the culprit to be her? Suspicious as she is?
No, I would use that type of logic on you to trick you if you're really smart. I would do something so unlogical that you would believe that I couldn't do it just because it's not logical. I adapt.
However, if that sort of argument always works, then a motive can never help us in any way. No, that can't be right. Knowing the motive must give us powerful clues towards the culprit. That's why murderers from all time periods disguise crimes in complicated ways, clearly covertly preventing their motives from being discovered. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Every time I spin the chessboard around, it keeps flipping from front to back and back to front. Are my thoughts bringing me closer to the truth?
It's been 3 hours, by the way.
Or are they? Aunt Ava didn't want to talk anymore after that, so I folded my arms and headed to the window to cool my head a little. As I looked through the parlor, I saw George Aniki and others gathered, talking. It looked like they were talking about the magic circle that had been painted onto the shutter. As Uncle Hideyoshi thought back to the time, he started drawing the shape in the margins of Maria's notebook. I see. Since Mario is second only to the grandfather in knowledge of the occult, she might understand what it meant. I think it was probably something like that. There was a mark that looked like a variation of a cross. And then surrounding the circle all around the perimeter were these clumsily packed strange letters on all four sides of the cross. And in the four corners there was something written. It didn't look like the alphabet or something like that. It was what they call the ancient characters. And around the top of the circumference, there was a small mark. 5 small circles arranged in a plus sign, and straight lines connecting them. Yeah, there definitely was something like that down there. Yep, there's no mistake in that shape. I don't understand the thin characters, but the arrangement was nearly the same. Everyone was staring down at the shape, so I started staring down at it too. From what I've heard, this had been painted into the shutter to the storehouse with some material that looked like blood. I see. This sure is unsettling. Grandfather's probably the only one who wanted to draw something this weird. Seriously, where did he go? I want to grab him and ask him what the hell this is supposed to mean. Jessica's voice contained impatience and anger. She hadn't gone so far as to say grandfather was the culprit, but she seemed sure grandfather knew something about the culprit's background. Of course, if you were searching for a link connecting the Ushiriya family to the occult. Hey, I take me for a grandfather.
Hi.
Also, to a person who knew nothing of the occult, the strange mark would have no meaning. Which means that this might have been something interesting to grandfather. That's right. The reason the crime was shown to the survivors would they find this.
Oh, what, you're gonna get sleepy? Okay.
Night-night. Does this shape ring any bells? Maria looked at the shape with a serious face. Maybe she's so enthusiastic because this is our area of expertise. However, her appearance is that of someone separated from the events at hand. As though this thing had been drawn in the shutter closed around her mother's corpse. My first impression was that the design resembled a German cross. It certainly does have that kind of design. He thinks everything is a game. Yeah, and I sure do love pressing your buttons. Does that mean it has something to do with Germany? The German cross was originally a crescent religious order of knights, and was supposed to protect pilgrims traveling to sacred places. So in other words, this magic circle might have had some religious meaning? This is starting to sound like gibberish. When I looked over at all of them, preparing to jump into the discussion, something shocked me. Maria was smiling, an eerie, incomprehensible expression on her face. Oh wait, will it show this? It probably won't, right? It was almost as if she was making fun of everyone's ignorance. It was an expression that I couldn't have dreamed to find on Maria's face. And she laughed. That eerie, jarring laugh. With something I didn't want to believe was possible. Even though I was looking at her right in front of my eyes.
Yeah, it's a really creepy face. You'll see it in the manga and then the PS3 version. She does a Higurashi face to say.
You people aren't even close. Can't you tell just by looking?
While everyone was busy being scared of their wits, Maria kept on cackling happily to herself.
This is the average 9-year-old. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
After a while, that laugh was suddenly and abruptly cut off. But her expression still looked like it belonged to someone completely different from Maria.
This is the 7th magic circle of the sun. The characters are written in Hebrew. Give it here.
Sure.
Maria stole the writing materials and stunned Hideyoshi's hand. She then started drawing another magic circle with a rustle, right next to the one Hideyoshi had drawn.
See? It looks sort of like this, right?
Yes, it was.
Maria, incredible. You really do know a lot.
When you ask an average ruin about yaoi,
Jessica tried to smooth things over by praising Maria. Maybe she wanted to confirm that this was still the Maria we all knew well. But Maria didn't answer in any way in particular. Maria began swiftly writing unfamiliar characters in the corners of the shape. When Uncle Hideyoshi and Dr. Nanjo saw them, their eyes immediately began to open wide.
Written on the top and bottom and the left to right are the names of angels who preside over wind, fire, earth, and water. Shasan, Arrow, Polak, and Palihad. And in the 4 corners the names of the 4 great kings. Ariel, Seraph, Tharsis, and Cherup.
Shario wishes, Cherup wishes, confirmed? What the fuck?
Is that what you saw? Is that what you saw? Even if they hadn't been able to correctly write what they've seen, they were once again shown something identical. It wasn't difficult for them to realize the two were the same. When Maria asked them whether it matched, Uncle Hideyoshi and Dr. Nanjo nodded over and over again.
There's no mistake. That's it. I'm sure there were characters that look just like that. How were you able to write something like that? There was also characters written around the circumference.
I know. Like this, right?
Maria quickly began to surround the circumference with more Hebrew writing.
It's from Psalms of the Old Testament, 16th and the 17th verses of the 616th Psalm. You must have at least read the Bible, right? Did you not read the Bible? Wow, Let me guess, you thought the Melissa's arc was mid? You have trash taste. Honestly, what did you think about Noah's arc and its development? Did you feel it contrived? Really? It seems you should have been hanged up on the cross instead of Jesus himself. You don't even read the Bible? Wow.
Acting as though knowing this was only common sense, Maria laughed. For a while, everyone, including me, was at a loss for words. A little later, Georgianic returned to his senses and slowly managed to speak. Maria, what the fuck's wrong with you? That's incredible. I'm surprised. So, what meaning does this magic circle have?
It's a magic circle to borrow the power of the sun. He who wears it as a talisman drawn in gold shall be able to break free from the bonds of any prison and receive the power to gain freedom.
To break free from bonds and gain freedom? It sounds deep.
The words bonds is not limited to its interpretation to some kind of physical object. Therefore, it does not hold any meaning for people locked up in an actual jail. It can also refer to their release from mental bonds such as ties or obligation or an inescapable fate.
Ties of obligation and inescapable fate, you say? That's also pretty deep. But I really don't understand. What does this have to do with those 6 bodies? Far from being released, they were killed and stuffed in the storehouse, weren't they?
It's not like the magic circle was drawn for their sakes. The 6 of them were there for the sake of the magic circle. It truly is pitiful.
What do you mean? What in the world do you mean when you say the 6 of them were there for the sake of the magic circle? Maria lifted up her pointer finger and waggled it as if she were making fun of us.
That's written around the circumference. Can't you read it? Psalms chapter 116 verses 16 and 17. I'll read it for you. The Lord had freed me from my chains. I will offer to you the sacrifice of thanksgiving, and will call on the name of the Lord. See?
See, you say. I've got no idea what you're talking about. You're saying they're human sacrifices?
That funny smile he do. Those are both pretty good. Not bad, not bad. The original has a bit of a lead, I think, but that one isn't bad. Not bad.
If what Maria had just read aloud was a vital part of the magic circle, then it was saying that sacrifices had to be offered in order for this magic circle to be effective. So, human sacrifices had been offered inside the storehouse, where the magic circle had been drawn. A heartbeat later, everyone else seemed to reach the same conclusion.
You want a homework? Try to show me. Damn, how would you show me though? Reply to one of my tweets. Try to redraw one of the UMINEKO sprites. I want to see. You can draw me or whatever. Draw yourself. I want to see it.
Some people were shocked, and others thought out that this was insane as they punched their knees.
Don't worry, this college course has credit.
This was starting to get incredibly disturbing. And we couldn't accept it or understand it. I don't care what kind of magic circle or curses other people believe in. I won't pick a fight with them.
But the alchemist sprites? I know, I like them too. Those are pretty good.
But they really killed Dad and the rest of sacrifices for crap like that. I just couldn't stand the feeling. Compared to this, I prefer to when we were just disgusted by the theory that the fight was over inheritance. As I started getting pissed off with a feeling between anger and sadness, I broke from the circle everyone was in and returned once again to the window.
Can you dance to this, Cowder?
Something had gone insane since yesterday. There was a letter from the witch, Beatrice, that Maria had read aloud at last night's dinner. Ever since that point, it feels like we've... Now, like this whole mansion and this whole island have been getting more and more firmly locked inside some kind of bizarre world.
Magic?
That's right. When I think back on it, the letter was an invitation for the witch. The ruler of the nighttime island had invited us in the happenings of the day in the another world. The phone and the radio had interrupted and the island was shut off for the typhoon. So you really could call this place another world cut off from the real one right now. Yeah, as silent as now, it's perfectly normal for a witch to send us letters from human sacrifices to be offered up for the sake of magic circles. So what will happen next? Will some weird people wearing goat masks start doing the Bond Festival dance or something?
Sin, 답이다! It's useless, it's all useless.
Anger, sadness, the opposing emotions all swirled up together. And they start to suck me in. Able to resist. I could do nothing but cover my eyes with my hands and trust my mind and my body as I started getting sucked in. You hear it?
Yippee!
As I started losing heart, I began to recall a memory from when I was small.
Who said you could go take a nap? How dare you? It was from when I was young.
I had unfortunately seen a scary occult movie on TV, and for a while, I didn't even be able to go to the bathroom by myself. An old bastard gave it an exaggerated laugh and said this. Hey, Battler. Damn it, I had reverb.
You're telling me watching me isn't your full-time job?
I would never ask that of anyone. Does this work? What do I sound like, I wonder?
La la la.
Needs to be dialed down a bit. Yeah.
Hell, Battler. Where's the pay? Who do you think's been helping you stay sane? Huh? Well, I'm so attractive. I help the world by being born.
Hey. Battler. Why do you think they go to all the trouble to make movies like this about demons and the occult and such? It's because they don't exist. Something that ridiculous can't be found anywhere on the planet. Because they don't exist, people want to see them, go to a lot of effort of making them. That's why those occult movies just make me laugh. If I were forced to choose, I'd say, other than demons and monsters, this year's earnings call and Angry Wives are 100 million times scarier. I don't know, I think Angry Wives might be a bit hot. Like, I'd hate to make them angry, but then if they're angry, if people are angry, they get this really nice sharp look on their face. And if they're pretty, it's like, interesting. I'll go further. Okay? Okay, fuck you. What? Hey. Hi. See? I'm genius. I'll go further, okay? From my point of view, getting scared is a recreational emotion. Something for people who've got room to relax and put their hearts in their lifestyles. They had so much free time, they didn't know what to do with it. So in order to entertain their mind with unusual emotions, people started creating a culture with demons and the occult and stuff.
I'm showing you how attractive an angry face can be. Huh? I think he's her wife. I think you got your speech bubbles mixed up there, buddy.
Seriously, why have I been acting so damn thick-headed? I was totally taken in. Don't try to mess with me. This is the human world. I don't give a damn about witches, demons, magic circles, and sacrifices. The human who killed Dad and everyone else is still on the island. That's all there is to it, right? The next person who started speaking to my heart was Kide-san. You see, in both chess and shogi, when you reach the very, very last stage of the game and get closer and closer to cornering your opponent, the number of optimal moves you could possibly make gets smaller and smaller. Therefore, if you're backing someone against the wall, or someone's doing the same to you, both players' moves have become infinitely easier to read. In other words, when you're completely cornered and you think you have no moves left, that is the moment when it's easiest to read your opponent. However, when a person is forced into a defensive position, they can't help but lose their ability to think clearly, so they aren't able to get their minds around their opponent's moves. That's when you spin the chessboard around. With all my strength, I slap my face with both hands. Now, my eyes are truly open. But you don't understand anything, and you're completely cornered just like I am now. Isn't that the perfect time to spin the chessboard around? While in the defensive, we can't even guess at the culprit's scheme. If we spin it around and look at it that way, just what might we see? First off, at the time the culprit committed the murders, they knew the island was being cut off by the typhoon. Therefore, they should have understood that even if they carried out the murders, they wouldn't be able to get away early in the next morning. In short, the culprit had begun without securing a way to escape. Furthermore, the bastard touched the corpses in the storehouse. Then was even kind enough to say, here they are, that weird bit of graffiti. In other words, since we'd probably find the corpses sooner or later, they wanted to show them to us. If we'd all been dim, and hadn't noticed the short shed, the culprit's goal would not have been achieved, would it? If you think about it this way, that bastard of a culprit, since this morning, they must have been watching our move, every move with bated breath. After all, if we hadn't been so kind as to discover what was on the storehouse, all of that hard work and preparation they did last night would have just gone poof. What did the culprit want us to make us feel by showing us the corpses in the storehouse? All 6 of the bodies had their faces noticeably destroyed. Was it a grudge? A warning? The face of the bodies had occurred after death. So it had been the means by which the culprit had killed. It didn't mean anything to those who had been killed. It did have meaning to those who found the bodies. The culprit wanted to make it appear that they had been killed so brutally. After thinking this way, I really want to tell that bastard to stop taking me so lightly. Who just danced to that tune? If you're told, please be scared, you can't just say, really? Sure thing. When someone tells the crate you shouldn't be a battler, the entrance is right here, I'm the kind of guy who'll start wanting to sneak in through the window. Me too. And that's why I'm gonna steal all your beloved others. The next thing that had me concerned was the so-called magic circle on the shutter. I'm gonna steal your family. As Maria had shown her knowledge of the cult rebel grandfathers, recognized the magic circle was genuine. They must have drawn that thing in pitch black darkness, taking a lot of time and holding an umbrella in one hand. Isn't that amount of hard work and perfectionism impressive? What purpose would have been worth all that effort? If we were looking for a fan of this occult in this mansion, most likely all of us would not disrespect Grandfather. Did they want us to make us think Grandfather was involved? But if that's all they wanted, they could have just drawn any old scribble that looked like a magic circle. It wasn't like any of us amateurs would be able to tell the difference between genuine and fake.
Are you telling me to take your partners? Insane.
However, this magic circle was genuine, and furthermore, had even been written in Hebrew. So, this magic circle had a message that could only be understood by someone without knowledge of the occult.
Or with, oops.
A message is a form of communication. By sending it, they were hoping for a reaction. A reaction? For some reason, we couldn't find Grandfather now. I don't know how Grandfather might have spotted the magic circle on the shutter. But did he choose to hide himself in reaction to that? No. Was it a trap to make us suspect that Grandfather had participated? You could read it either way. Damn, that's annoying. What kind of reaction was the culprit hoping to get out of us by putting on this occult show? Somehow, that felt like the culprit's weak point. The letter from Beatrice that Mario had read aloud during last night's dinner sprang back into my mind. This was a freak who'd asked us to enjoy a battle of wits.
Almost 4 hours. Yippee! We stretch. I want another yogurt drink. Can't put the sugar. No, Beatrice, Beatrice. I had no tripping. You see my tits? Hold you holding up. I'm gonna bite you.
Isn't that interesting? This is a battle of wits between us and the witch. Who would be selected by her occult game first? Or will we pull up her fake skin first? There's a whole day until the typhoon passes. Why not enjoy ourselves?
I don't want your room, B. Stay away.
I finally noticed the inside of the parlor had gone quiet again.
Trying to give me your cooties? Sick.
Everyone had sunk into their favorite sofas, so deep in thought. Some irritated, some acting depressed.
Mario was once again enjoying the TV. I like to laugh and play! As if she never left it.
And look, though, she found the commercials more fun than the boring program, and she happily yelled, "Ooh, ooh." I stared at each person's appearance in turn. If there isn't a 19th person, the culprit must be in this room.
I'm messing with the mirror. It's my fidget. Who did it? Nanjo. I think they should make Kindle books half as expensive.
Right now, Aunt Natsu's searching the mansion with the servants, right? Then we shouldn't stay in this room. And this mansion is where the culprit has to be. After all, it's possible Aunt Natsu is behind this. And we still can't deny that one of the servants might be the killer. What? You're getting sleepy? Okay. Anyone be guilty.
Yeah, I wanna buy the Twilight Princess books, but if I buy all of them, well, it's not that much, but if I buy all the books for the volumes for 1 through 11, Kindle-wise, that's gonna be $64 or $70, which is cheaper than buying it physical.
Trying buying it physical is good, but I don't know if I have room. Still, Aunt Nancy and the rest are taking their time. Wait, maybe I should condition you. Of course, it's not a small mansion. But isn't this taking a little too long just to walk around? Checking the windows and the doors? Just as I was thinking this, Aunt Nazi and the rest returned. Not one of them was missing. But our relief was short-lived. Everyone looked at Aunt Nazi in shock. The talk I'd had with Aunt Ava started to creep back into my mind. The possibility that the culprits had enough in numbers or weapons to kill all 6 at once.
Oh shit, I forgot. Hey, Natsuhi. Nice. Nice gun. I like this song. Do 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 do. Can you dance to this? I'd have to learn it. What the fuck? It's Ronov!
I see it and read. I love UMINEKO and that you're playing it.
What the you? Oh my god. Nice. Now I'm waiting for the second part of Kikonia. Rose Gun Days? Why not? Let me see, it's on Steam. I play Kikonia as far as I could go. UMINEKO I'd like to play as far as I could go too. And then, because UMINEKO is only to the end of episode 1. Higarashi's up to the end of episode 2. Kikonia was up until the frog tells you not to. Let's see. Or let me check if they put on Manga Gamer, right? Oh la la! Look, it's here. There you go. Thank you, Nicholas. Gabbana. It's also on an manga game, right? Okay. Now you got me looking for it. Higanbana. Oh, they haven't released that one yet, have they? But there is the manga. Hold on. In the meantime... Psst. Damn, what... Oh, shit, I just dropped my spaghetti here. Oh, man. Man. Good thing you don't happen to have $25 on the side. Man. Oh, thank you for the help. So sweet of you. Takes your glasses. Battle, do you like her? Look. Hello, Battalion, once again. I am Machina X Flayon, and today we are playing UMINEKO no Naku Koro ni because it is UMINEKO Day. And it is a family, it's like succession, and they have inheritance problems. Unfortunately, there's a typhoon right now. They're stuck on an island. Someone has cut off all the communication. They cannot use the emergency radio. They can't use a boat to leave the island or the typhoon, and 6 people are dead. And they mutilated their corpses. So, UMINEKO is a, as you say, murder mystery mansion game. Jim, would it be a shame if I spilt my spaghetti. Oh my god. Kind of, maybe it might be even peak fiction at times even. Kind of insane. Would really, if you're in a depressional rut or anything, it's really good. Jeez, man. Ah, sorry, I got a lot of spaghetti. And now this is Natsuki with a gun. So I'm still on episode 1. So keep that in mind. You can probably catch up to me. You can also read the manga. I recommend it. There you look. Battle, what about now? And then if you don't want to look, I'm going to open up the screen real quick. So if you're interested, go play the game to see who died. But I'll give you a count to 10. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yay! Murder! Yay! His face was smashed in after death. So, it's either someone not here, or it's one of the people left behind. Good luck.
Ahem. Forgive me if I startled you. I brought this to be prepared for the worst. After all, the thing in Aunt Nazi's hand was a rifle. At a glance, its silhouette looked a lot like a hunting gun. But it was unusually short and kind of looked like a kid-sized weapon. However, it had a weightiness to it that made it clear it was no kid's toy.
That gun is Kinzo-san's, isn't it?
Did you know about it? That's right. I remembered it was in Father's old collection and managed to find it. Whoa, it's awesome. Nazi-san, is that thing real? Yes, it's real. It can fire live ammunition. Long ago, Father used to scare away wild birds. Ah, that takes me back. Where did you find that thing? No matter how much I asked him to let me touch it, he never let me lay one finger on it. Oh, grandfather had one of these? I didn't know that. Long ago, grandfather was really addicted to cowboy films.
I no wonder. It's a bunch of people with Japanese blood but with Western names.
That generation really liked this kind of rifle. Is that Winchester? But I've never seen one that short before.
Ah, I remember. It's that gun. That really takes me back. That's the one Steve McQueen fired off and wanted alive or dead. Father sure has good taste. It is an item that I sold especially from America, long ago. As you can see, it is a working gun, so please don't tell anyone about this.
He was quite fond of it right after he managed to acquire it. It seems the workings that ejected the cartridges were more interesting to him than shooting it, and he played around with it back in the forest all the time.
Fidget toy confirmed.
Steve McQueen. Still, it's rather disturbing. Are you sure you should be tracking this out?
This is to prepare for the worst. There was probably more than one offender involved. Furthermore, those horrible people killed 6 of us, including my husband. I have a responsibility to protect everyone until tomorrow, in my husband's place. No! Do. Let me see how far I am, I'm curious. I would say, let me see. We are, Oh, I see where we are. So, I would say each part is longer though. We are 61% of the way through, but that's a long 40%. Another year of UMINEKO episode 1. If I get close, I might as well just finish the whole thing. I'd like to.
She had been trying to find grandfather. As well check the doors and the windows.
I love going long. The only thing with that is, let's see. Doesn't matter. other work. And then... Maybe I should get 3 jobs. Use up most of your day? Yeah, I would, as long as I start... But if I start really early, it should be fine. Since grandfather wasn't here with her, she probably still knew where he was. I carefully checked all the doors and windows throughout the mansion. However, we must be prepared for anything. Everyone, I think it would be best if we all remained here. Oh, good point. If everyone's gathered here, then we can all feel more secure by keeping an eye on each other. What do you mean by that, Eva-san? Nothing, really. I'm just agreeing with your opinion, aren't I? There was a stormy... The girls are fighting! Stop fighting! If you think about Eva scares me too. However, there was no proof that Aunt Nazi was innocent. No, if you view Beatrice's letter as one of the grandfather's compulsive pranks, and think of this crime as an extension of that, there's more than enough reason to suspect even grandfather. Also, Aunt Nazi thought the criminal was on the outside. But Aunt Eva thought the criminal was the inside. In short, it was the question of whether or not a 19th person exists. That same question had been repeated endlessly since last night's dinner. The hidden HOLOSTARS-EN member. With the letter from the witch who called herself Beatrice. 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 So is the culprit among us or not? I knew you'd say something. I knew you'd say something. And did the witch Beatrice exist or not? Good. I'm gonna personally steal you away. If you assume that something as stupid as a witch can exist, you're basically saying that one of us relatives here, through sheer common bloodline, is the culprit. And if that was too unpleasant, it'd be much more comfortable to simply accept the fairy tale-like character, the witch. A witch? A witch drawing a bizarre magic circle and offering human sacrifices? If I could accept that rubbish, I'd be able to trust all the people in this room. However, damn common sense got in the way. I remember when the anime first came out and people were doing watch-alongs with it. They were arguing who did it. And everyone was saying, it was Maria! Maria did it! She did it! She did it! Just because of her creepy behavior. Then people would say no. But the anime really amped it up. It kept repeating that witches don't exist. In that case, the culprit must be among us. In the middle of the seemingly endless rain. Oh, none of us could break the silence. Sus? Oh. So that leaves us... If I'm being objective, we are now 65% of the way, but it's still a long way. And if I'm being not objective, according to everything, we are only 60%. Lunch ended, and the servants removed the tableware and went to the kitchen. The wind and rain neither weakened nor strengthened. The island remained cut off from the outside world. At first, it seemed as though Nazi planned to stop anyone from taking a step outside the room. But when it came time to prepare lunch, she finally realized this would be impossible. Aw, happy to see me? However, hi. In order to avoid having anyone alone in the kitchen, she told the 3 servants to go together. Because of that, the servants were the first ones given the right to leave the stuffy parlor, which had then packed with 11 people. Since breakfast had immediately followed the terrible incident, preventing most of us from eating lunch, everyone turned to their lunches in silence. I will wash the dishes, so you can rest a while, Kanon-kun, Genji-san. Do you want something to drink?
I don't need anything. Got on?
I don't need anything either. You two must have been so busy, and so early in the morning. It's no wonder you're worn out. The only noise is that of Kumasawa washing the dishes, which resounded through the kitchen. Kinji and Kanon sat in chairs a short distance away, their eyes closed.
Let me see my schedule. Make me. Let's see. Cause this is further than I expected. So I could follow it up next week. But it might be during a weekday. Let me see. Let's see how far I am again.
So close, though. Genji and Kanon sat in some chairs a short distance away, their eyes lightly closed.
How many words of dialogue have I read? I could voice act for 24 hours.
Just as Kumasawa had said, those who had probably built up a great deal of fatigue. But it didn't mean they could let it show in front of my relatives.
To the ending.
Avoiding that was one of their virtues. After the sounds had continued for some time, Kanon opened his mouth and muttered, "Shannon, why did she have to die in such a terrible way?"
Forget about the manner of her death. It was nothing more than bad luck.
You're right. It was nothing more than bad luck. They both fell silent again. Kanon's expression was filled with grief. To think that Shannon-chan's actually dead. I still can't believe it. Poor thing. Not being able to see her again feels like a lie. I just wanted to see her smiling face one more time. Kumasawa spoke with her back facing them. After all, Kumasawa hadn't seen Shannon's corpse. There is no face to see.
Do.
So she had no trouble mentioning Shannon's face. When Kanon heard those words, it reminded him again of how only half of Shannon's face had been left, and his grieving expression twisted even further. Why did Beatrice someone do that to Shannon? If she wanted to sacrifice, there are plenty of others to choose from. Why?
It was nothing more than bad luck. If we were less likely, you or I would have been lying out there instead of Shannon. Or it could have been someone else entirely. Everything is left to fate.
Genji-sama, you said the door to Madame's room was stained with traces of something like blood, right? The same substance that was painted on the shutter.
Indeed, there was an unsettling mark. Almost as though someone
I'm getting... Wait. I guess when I get paid, it's you guys paying me. Thank you. And people are giving us riches, so thank you.
So no. Scratch at the door. That sort of unpleasant mark. So does this mean Beatrice Sama came to visit Madame's room?
Yeah, it's implied the charm saved her. Aren't you happy you get to hear me voicing stuff forever and ever, and you can lose your brain forever and ever? I'm gonna tapeworm, I'm gonna infect it, I'm gonna blow it from the inside out. And then you're gonna be like me, and then you're gonna start having red hair one day. You're gonna start dyeing parts of your hair red, and then you're gonna start getting interested in piloting things, and then you're just gonna be me, and then you will lit up.
Then tried to open the door, but couldn't. Genji thought back to the time he had seen the traces of blood on Natsue's room. With something sticking to the door on the doorknob. The mark of something scratching against the door.
That's what I meant by flabies. What is flabies to you?
And it definitely appeared as though someone had tried to open the door but couldn't. How did Madame...
Bro really said, fuck, why didn't it choose her?
How did Madame avoid being chosen as a sacrifice? If only she'd been chosen, Shannon would have had to die. Just then, a loud, sharp noise came in from the hall. Both of them turned around, surprised.
That's a pretty interesting chat you're having there.
Let me join in too. Before any of the servants realized, Battler was standing in the doorways of the kitchen. Battler, how rude of us. Genji and Kanon stood up, surprised and hastily bowed. But I didn't care about stuff like that. I was more concerned with continuing the discussion.
My god. Give me a hamburger. Would you cook for me? I'm spoiled. You be nice to me, I'll keep asking for it. Shut the fuck up! You guys have no shame! Cooking for someone is so vulnerable, what's wrong with you? Yeah, it is! Yeah, it is! I'm taking time out of my day to dedicate to a task for your enjoyment for one of the most basic needs? See? 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 It makes sense. Gluttony. Hunger is probably the strongest human emotion. So you're trying to satisfy that emotion for me? I like Omer. Shut up! Sharing is like cooking. Really? How so? I'm gonna bite all of you. Bro, what are you, grass? Shut up, Pikachu. Pikachu! I put you in the Pokebox and I'm never letting you out.
I thought I'd suffocate if I was locked up in that room any longer. Don't actually shut up, you can talk. I was about to come and ask you guys for some water, but I then overheard something pretty interesting. You don't need to bow your heads or anything. Please, let me hear the rest. That just now wasn't really...
You literally just said, why did Natsuhi die?
No, I've been listening to you for a while. Don't try to hide it now. So, I'll ask directly. Who is this Beatrice? She's supposed to be a witch from a kid's story, but it doesn't look that way now. Kanan-kun averted his gaze. It was obvious that he didn't want to talk about this, which only made me want to ask even more. While making an effort to smile, I grabbed the collar of his shirt. Oops. Last night, this would have been none of my business. But after this morning, everything's changed. Now that Dad and the rest have been killed, this is totally my business. I have the right to listen to this suspicious story. Don't I?
Daisuke Ono getting mad at me, oh my goodness.
I glared into Kanon's eyes as he continued to avert his gaze in apparent pain. Since there's a big difference in our heights, Kanon had to stand on his toes and look like it hurt a bit.
That's like some of you to me who are like 5'1".
Battler, please let go of him. Kanon-san isn't really hiding anything.
And then you won't have any problem talking about it, right?
It's lonely being out of the loop, you know? When I tried to further twist up his collar, Genji-san cut between us and stuck. In his expression were faint traces that he made up his mind. I'd do something. 5'8" is nothing to me. Apparently, he had no intention of hiding it.
I can tell you about it. Kanan only hesitated because you might have taken it badly. Battler-sama.
Hesitating, huh? Not very manly of you.
That face is good. I think Battler's is one of the better sprites. Genji's so fucking wide.
5'5", no problem to me. His head. Whatever it is you're talking about, it's even more unpleasant having kept it a secret. Tell me about it. It's not like we have anything better to do before tomorrow comes. A slightly spooky story might be the best way to avoid getting bored. Genji-san and Kanan-kun looked at each other, then nodded as though they decided to talk.
Understood. Please ask us anything.
We will talk. Who is the culprit in UMINEKO no Nakukoro ni... Right. Then I'll ask. Who in the world is Beatrice? All I know is that she's some witch who lives in a forest of Rokkenjima. I heard at the story grandmother was someone invented to keep people out of the dangerous forest. Is that wrong?
That's sad, because even if you go to the forest, you might get eaten by whatever wild animals there.
No, it isn't wrong. It's as you say.
Beatrice is a witch who dwells in the forest of Rokkenjima.
Battler. Zama.
But they say, what if they had the English fight where they go,
Master Battler. I don't
Wait, how deep can I go?
expect you to believe this a little sudden. But Beatrice-sama exists. She is a real person. The one who gave the master a vast amount of gold. And who were by his side for many years.
Okay, there we go.
huh?
Doc, come on. Is grandfather paying you to repeat everything he says? I laughed like it was a joke.
How'd I drop that low? It's just like my nuts, bro. I'm the king.
I laughed like it was a joke. But neither Genji-san or Kanan-kun laughed. I didn't come saw Bachan was avoiding my eyes. Flustered as she started watching.
Shut up, shut up. A lot of you speak just the same way I do. Why the hell do you think you watch me? We're similar.
So unfortunately, I was the only one laughing.
The only difference is my pronoun is him. There's no he, it's him.
Painfully. Bitterly. I see. That's why Genji-san refused to mention it. If you really mean it, of course I take it badly. So, you're saying that a person named Beatrice actually exists?
It's hard. I'm trying to get like the nice naturalness of the tone, but also a nice video game voiceover. I gotta mix it up.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
There we go.
Yes.
My pronouns are ahaha, guav.
She has been working for the master since before the mansion was built on this island. She has most likely been working for him even longer than I have.
What do you know? Kade-san's theory was off. Grandfather really did have a confidant named Beatrice. Is that person on the island now? Yes. I believe that she is here. That's a vague way to say it. I guess that means you haven't seen her face today or yesterday.
That is correct. It is extremely difficult to say, but...
Kanun-kun once again drops his gaze, avoiding my eyes.
Also, thank you, everybody. Thank you, assets. I'm just waiting for it to clear. Oh, sweet. I want to spend my money. I want to buy all the Twilight Princess manga. Wow, what if you guys all read at the same time as me? Wouldn't that be Ruinmantic? Wait, Ruinmantic? Holy shit. Ruin. You're going to ruin me! Ruin social. Ruinified. Runeko. Runeko no Nakukuro ni. I can never read that on stream.
Come on, don't just stop there. That's like freezing an inch for the blow, right? I urged them on jokingly again.
Why are the sea cats crying, bro? What did you do?
However, I looked like I was still confused as whether he should speak or not. Then Kurosawa-bachan whispered.
You cannot see her face because Beatrice-sama has no form.
Oh, it worked. Okay, cool. It's not the same thing, but it works. She has no... What did you say? She has no... What did you say?
Forgot. Because when you do the question mark, you're supposed to go upwards in tone. But it depends. Sometimes you don't. Sometimes you do.
Beatrice-sama has no body. Therefore, unless Beatrice wishes it, common folk like us are not able to see her form.
I have heard that the portrait shows that Beatrice-sama looked like back when she had a human form. It seems he yearned for that figure so much, he would often stand in front of that portrait. Beatrice-sama sometimes shows herself by changing her form into glittering butterflies. On the rare occasion that you spot them somewhere in the mansion, there is a rule that you absolutely mustn't chase after them. It is whispered that you will be met with disaster if you do. In fact, there's a servant who broke that rule and quit because of a great injury. Wait a sec. Are you kidding me?
Are you all serious about this?
Battler-sama. Beatrice-sama has already arrived.
Ooh, Battler Sprite is pretty good.
Such language may be unwise.
Me when you speak bad about me. I'll turn into butterflies and go inside you and explode you from the inside out. Maybe chunks of meat everywhere.
Beatrice-sama does not like when she is profaned. If you doubt her existence, you will surely be met with disaster.
Battler-san, you probably find this topic unpleasant. But you know what? Beatrice-sama does exist.
She exists. Beatrice-sama hates people who doubt that.
Can't you tell, Battler-sama? Beatrice-sama has already arrived here.
Come on, quit! I'm weak against that stuff. I know with the cheap threats.
However, there was no trace of a joke in the eyes of the three servants. On the surface, I laughed and tried to look unconcerned, but I was quickly starting to sober up. Their eyes were also sobering up fast.
There is no war on Ba Sing Se. Runes are not perverted.
Battler-san, I beg you that you stop profaning Beatrice-sama. Please, trust me.
Kurosawa-bachan, who was usually cheerful and always teased people.
now stuck with a totally serious face. Well, even if you say she exists, I don't see anything. Are you trying to say she's standing right next to me or something? Quit joking around. Just then, that unnerving laugh suddenly filled the kitchen. I like how the Olin blends into the background.
It's not bad. It's not bad. This one is not bad either. Maybe with the eyes squinted a bit more. They both hit a different mood.
When I turned around, Maria was standing there by the entrance. But her expression and the feeling about her presence felt exactly the same as the servants. Huh? Hello? Interesting.
I've been speaking so long, my voice may be stuck down there now.
Whether your wavelength matches or not is determined at birth. Battler, you were born with a mismatched wavelength, along with a mismatched fade. That's why you can't see her. That's why you can't meet with her. And that's why you can't talk to her.
My condition makes my voice more deep.
You're the type Beatrice hates the most.
Maria laughed like it was funny, but it sounded extremely eerie. It was almost like she was laughing at me because I alone didn't understand.
Do you want to know about Beatrice? Beatrice is a 1,000-year-old witch.
Oh my god, that means I have a chance.
With a lot of demons in her command, she can harness the power of alchemy to create philosopher's stones and a vast quantity of gold. Grandfather built up all the vast wealth of the Ushinia family by making a contract with her. Yesterday, I read Beatrice's letter, didn't I? That was real. Well, I guess it's pointless for me to try and force you to believe it. After all, it looks like you were born without a trace of the sixth sense.
That's a good sprite.
What are you talking about? Witches? Demons? Who told you about that?
I heard it from Beatrice herself.
Maria kept doing that unpleasant laugh. However, the servants who watched over this didn't even blink. She heard it from that witch in the portrait adorning the entrance hall. Maria kept on laughing in a weird voice, as if this was nothing more or less than the truth. Maria, it might be rude to ask, but I'll ask this one more time, okay? Who gave you that letter yesterday?
I got it from Beatrice. How many times did I tell you before you understand? You don't get it, do you? You can't see it. You can't believe it, can you?
Just then, Maria's laughter suddenly stopped.
Battler, you still don't understand? Beatrice-sama exists.
She exists, you say? But where?
Like I said, Beatrice-sama exists here.
That's right. Now that I think about it, I've been feeling for a while now that the servants' eyes have been pointed to quite the right direction. I figured they were just standing absent-mindedly. But that wasn't the case. That's kind of creepy. You walk in a room and everybody turns to look at the right where there's nothing there. The four here, Genji-san, Kanon-kun, Kumasawa-san, and Maria, everyone except me, was looking at the slot right behind me. Holding my breath tightly, I slowly looked over my shoulder. And of course, there wasn't anyone there. I'd known that the whole time. However, everyone in the room except me was focusing on that point as if there was someone there. I'm right behind you. Sometimes I know everything you're thinking when you're breathing when you sleep.
Dear Chi-Chi is the mighty golden witch who's lived over 1,000 years. But since we can't show her form to humans in the wrong wavelength, she can't talk to them. And you know what? That's really sad. It means she truly despises it when people like you, who are born without a fragment of the ability needed to sense magic, deny that she exists. You're lucky, Battler. Good thing I gave you that charm yesterday, right? Don't you realize what kind of curse the Chi-Chi could have put on you by now if you hadn't been carrying it around? You really are lucky, Battler.
Get out of my head. Get a found family.
Oh, that's Scorpion keychain. Chaz, thank you for the super chat. I thought that was some cheap gift or something, but he's saying it really had power.
If it weren't for that, you'd be lying in that storehouse as a sacrifice with your face crushed by now. You're so lucky, Battler.
I see. So, if it weren't for that, I'd been killed by now.
Battler, why don't you believe in Now Chi-Chi? Even though she exists. Right now, over there, look. Hey, I bet you want to believe it now. Believe it. And thank me for giving you that charm. If it weren't for that, you'd be in the... Thank me for giving you that super chat. You'd be in the storehouse right now. But then maybe you've been saved by someone else in exchange, right?
Right then, I burst into laughter. Playing witches had been pretty fun up until the last second, but unfortunately, that last one seemed a bit too much for me to gloss over.
And it's all useless.
Isn't it, Maria? If that's true, I'm sorry.
And it's all useless.
When Maria suddenly saw me laughing, she stopped.
全然ダメだ.
Even though she didn't understand what I was laughing at, she realized it wouldn't have been pleasant for her. I thought it might hurt you, so I didn't say it earlier, but... Well, I thought I put that charm you gave me in my pocket, but I must have dropped it somewhere. So, the charm can't be the only reason I'm alive now. And even though I should have been cursed for the witch, I'm perfectly fine. Sorry, but I don't believe in things I don't see with my own eyes.
Sixth senses? Wavelengths? Magic sensitivity? Sorry, I don't believe in fake stuff like that. When I hear the girls in class start talking about how good or bad their ability to sense that supernatural stuff is, it pisses me off. I don't know how much grandfather is paying you, but if you're trying to talk me into joining some cult, believe me, you won't be able to do it that easily.
Battler-san, you guys are free to believe whatever you want.
However, when it comes to the things that I believe, the one who decides is always me! Sorry, but I can't believe in something as shitty as Beata Riche until I've seen it with my own eyes.
He spoke forcefully and sharply. Then, Maria started cackling again. Ever-truant behavior, honestly, on God.
Well, that's just fine, isn't it? Eventually, even people like you with totally mismatched wavelengths will be able to see Beatrice. Very soon, she will revive. Beatrice will revive. And once that happens, she's promised to talk with me and play with me a lot. There'll be absolutely no need for you to doubt or for us to force you to believe. She will appear very soon.
Average room behavior. Can't stop laughing. After a meal, let's see where I am now. Let me laugh. Without me, ooh, you hate me. Still about 2%. Yep. Not bad. I can go as long today since I woke up late. But I am the silly. After a meal, some people tend to head to the bathroom, while others prefer to relax for a bit. It seemed that several people had left the parlor, just like I did when I went to the kitchen to drink some water. In the end, Natsu reluctantly retracted her order that everyone remain packed into the parlor, on the condition that no one headed out on their own and strayed too far. In any case, if 11 people are shut up in the same room started early in the morning, the air will start to stagnate. Also, quite some time had passed, so everyone was starting to recover from the shock of that morning, and their sense of danger might have been weakening too. However, it was a certain fact that 6 people had been killed inside this mansion. So, no one was completely negligent.
La 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 la. La 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 la.
Thank you for the membership and super chat so far, by the way. Thank you. You love Roblox. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. And then there are other guys streaming right now. The fuck? Damn, they hate me.
La 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 la. La 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 la.
Okay. However, it was a certain fact that scared people. Yeah. So whenever they went out to the hallway for a breath of fresh air, trying to act tough, they would quickly get scared of standing there, isolated, and eventually return to the parlor. I guess it's like the north wind and the sun. If you force someone to stay shut in, they resist, but you tell them to do what they want, they'll come back obediently. People really do not like being told what they're told. When the servants finished cleaning up the meal, they returned obediently to the parlor, just as Aunt Natsu had told them to, and sat on a sofa near the entrance, patiently awaiting orders. Maria, almost as though she finished playing witches, had returned to the pure Maria I knew well, saying, "Ooh, ooh, 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 ooh." What in the world happened back there? I hadn't even felt an atom of the presence of this person called Beatrice, who was supposedly standing behind me, invisible. However, it felt like I glimpsed a little of that presence inside Maria. Maria! You're right. When Maria started talking about witches, her personality changes. Battler, you also saw it down by the beach just today, right? Like how I make people perverts? Yeah, I understand. You mean that scorpion keychain? No, I don't mean like when her feelings are hurt. I'm talking about her having a dual personality or something. Yeah, that happens sometimes too. The thing Maria did when she was talking about the magic circle does happen every now and then. It's freaky though. You make us how you wish. You're right. I didn't make any of you a pervert. I made you worse. Thanks. Apparently, Jessica had spotted the key Maria a few times. I just happened to catch it at a bad moment and was pretty freaked out of seeing it the first time. Yeah. Stay away from me.
So, what is that? Does Maria have a dual personality or something?
Hardy's saying that her spiritual sense is really that strong and she's being possessed by her spirit or whatever. Aren't you feeling sleepy?
No, I don't think it's that. Haven't you ever experienced it?
Oh, really? Not yet.
When you were small, didn't you ever want to be someone other than yourself? Me, never. When newborns are born, no one has any individuality. However, when they reach their growth period, their sense of self starts to be born. And they want to be different from other people. But since everyone else in their class is learning the same things at the same rate and being fortunate at the same lifestyle, of course they aren't going to find anything that makes them different from everyone else around them. Once they realize that, the first thing they do is start breaking the rules, in what's called the rebellious stage. Since everyone else follows the rules, they want to show off their individuality by breaking them. So, even those who try to act tough, mocking everyone around them and calling them childish, can actually be viewed as cute kids searching for themselves, if you look at it this way. Well, I'm lecturing on about this all like I'm so smart, but I actually got a secondhand from George Aniki. I myself was one of those embarrassing guys who thought it was cool to act like a little bastard. Well, that was when I was at the age where you try to show off for the opposite sex. The main feature of the growing period lies in the impulse to break away from your life as a kid. Like a chick trying to crack open the shell of their egg. Do you know what makes children and adults different? Age? Or do you mean size? No, it's experience. Adults can look down on children because children have very little life experience. The reason they snort at everything children say is because they think kids know nothing about the real world.
Yeah, I understand that.
When you're a kid, you talk like you got life all figured out somehow, trying to act like an adult.
No matter what kids say, adults just snort at them and say they're too naive.
They're not fake, though. I'm forcing myself to yawn. But now you won't know what's real or not, and that's when the conditioning will happen. Enjoy a good sleep later. You're going to hear my snaps in your dreams.
Oh, it's probably true. But to a kid, it's just annoying.
They're being looked down upon. I get it. It's a question of knowledge and experience. Well, I guess you're right that there's no reason to respect a person for their age if they just wasted their lives. Therefore, during the period when they try to separate themselves from other children, they also try to take on personality traits different from those around them. And if knowledge and experience is what separates kids and adults, I get it. If they know something no one else knows, it becomes part of their identity.
That's kind of... I guess. It's niche? Interesting.
You know, when I was in elementary school, I'd learn things no one else knew, get things no one else had, wear things no one else wore, and became a bit of a hero for it. I'll bet you've done the same thing, Battler.
Yeah. There was definitely an age where I wanted to excel in some kind of skill or other. I see. So that's because I was trying to separate myself from being a child, or going through my growing period, in other words. If you put a positive spin on it, the growing period forces you to separate yourself from others, therefore pushing you to gain skills and knowledge no one else has. This is also interesting from a sociological standpoint.
Oh, he wants the info dump so bad.
Because people hate being like everyone else. They try to learn skills other people don't know. And this way, society can acquire the broad range of skills it needs to survive. The quality of the gods' programming is really surprising. Well, you mean personality traits can be negative, right? Like if I say everyone in class is studying hard, but I was the only one slacking off, trying to stand out. Okay, the last bit was really true about me. It's only recently that I've been able to thank my middle school teacher who slapped me after school. Jesus. Well, I tried to jump over things no one else could. Sprint as fast as I could. Tried to lap those guys with good grades, and we did a marathon. I just felt like doing it. I can lap all of you. It was in my nature that, if I couldn't study well, then at least I could get back at them by exercising. I see. So I really did go through a proper growing period.
I guess boys really do tend to focus more on the physical stuff. But you know, girls of the same age tend to focus on the more mental, spiritual things. I'll bet there are groups of girls in your class that got really interested in fortune telling and their spiritual senses.
Yeah, there were. There were. They come to me over asking me for my sign and my blood type, and then they laugh and go, haha, I thought so. Really got on my nerves. No matter what class you go to, girls like fortune telling. Deciding whether your spiritual spirit scent is strong or weak. What your sensitivity is. Whether you can see the unseeable. That kind of thing definitely happened to me. That's because fortune telling and spirit senses are things that aren't taught in school. I'm not giving you my lap. You have to get my heart for that. I don't do physical stuff because I open the gate, the dam spills out. So I keep myself sealed off. I'm to be admired. I honestly, I cost so much money.
Just like how when boys enter their growing period, they start acting tough and rebel against adults. When girls enter their growing period, they start getting interested in that kind of thing.
You can't say anything against me. You forget I'm desirable.
Well, I didn't though.
So, Maria having so much interest in the occult isn't that rare among girls her age? Even we accept that. I wonder if it explains that creepy dual personality thing. Actually, I think I probably accept that explanation more or less. As you just said, becoming an adult means getting knowledge and experience. So to gain that, it's necessary for children to learn all sorts of things and break free from childhood. However, there are certain convenient illusions that you see often in the world of children, both now and in the past. Do you know what I mean?
You see it all the time in manga and anime, right? It's kind of like that, Chunibyo.
Runibyo.
Like you got memories from the previous life that starts to resurface.
No, you're foolish. My lap is fine. But fine, since people are going to say that, no lap rights for you, ever. You dare doubt me?
Or it could be that sleeping gene that gets awakened. Or maybe a sealed power memory returns. There's all kinds. For some reason, stuff like that's really popular at our age. Why is that?
All of those examples you just mentioned are illusions that let children immediately add to their sum knowledge and experience.
If a 9-year-old girl says she has a 3,000-year-old witch possessing her, and she gains a 1,000-year-old and 9-year-old identity.
My thighs are better than yours.
So basically studying is annoying. But these illusions are convenient for people who want to brag about having a skill no one else has, amazing the people around them.
So you could brag about something without having to work or hard or study. I see. Isn't that a kid's greatest dream? Furthermore, and their desire to separate themselves from being kids, they always project an image out of their ideal self. And it's not rare for the desired self to become an alternate personality. Even you, Battler, probably had a different personality at home and at school, right? It'd probably be embarrassing if your friends at school saw how you were at home. At school, you try to project yourself as you want to be, but home is where you're your true self. So in other words, I'm changing my personality depending on the situation. Are you trying to say having multiple personalities is actually really common?
A girl who's fan of the occult might say she's being possessed or awakened.
Honestly, there are some kids who change their personality so much it's creepy. And some boys do it too, right? Guys who say they're blown their top and suddenly turn into some overplayed violent character. I bet they'll think it's pretty cool, but she said it's cringe. Okay, let's sum this all up then. So you're saying that even if a girl about Maria's age has a creepy second personality like she did a minute ago, it isn't such a rare and unusual thing? Oh my god, this explains why so many fans are perverted now. Simply put, that's right. Identity is an important factor in building up one's sense of self. If you make fun of it, it can actually cause children to go back into their shells. Oops. So it's important to go along with it to some degree. Although the broad-mindedness of the parent determines whether they play along in full or not. Aniki, I can't believe you're single. Ouch. You sound like you've already raised kids through middle school. Why'd you have to say it back? Come on, fight me. So, I wonder if Aunt Rosa also knew much about Maria's dual personality. She knew about it. Just between us, Aunt Rosa really hated it. Really? She said it was unpleasant, and that Maria was becoming increasingly isolated from the rest of the class. So anytime Maria started talking about the occult or laughing like a witch, she'd slap her. And it looks like Maria stopped talking that way in front of her.
You already fell for it. Look at your membership badge and how long you've been here for.
Maybe that thing back there was just a little game from a girl facing her growing period. Just a girl trying to show she was different and independent by holding interest in witches and the occult. And since she wanted to be different from herself, young as she was switching between her normal personality and the personality of her ideal, a witch. At first, I found that very disturbing. But after being lectured by George Haneke, it felt like there's another path walked down at the same time or another. I haven't told anyone, but when I was in kindergarten, I dreamed up with a little gang of kids trying to form an Earth Defense Force, saying we'd help protect peace on Earth. My face turns red when I remember now. During what we called battle practice, we would chant EDF, EDF, Kikonia? Just like usual, Mario was relaxing.
You guys are so sincere.
Immersed in the TV, oohing, and laughing just like any other girl her age. Thank you, Ramaki Invite 17th month. But on the inside, another personality, that the ideal witch you respected and blindly accepted, was sleeping. But that wasn't anything extraordinary. It was perfectly natural for a girl her age. I've calmed down a little. The shock from a bizarre experience in the kitchen just now is fading away. If I hadn't talked to Haneke and Jessica, I might have still been frightened by the idea that the invisible witch is standing right behind me. However, can I really accept that as an explanation for what happened back there? If it had just been Maria, I could have explained it as the fickle delusions of a growing girl. But Kenji-san, Kanang-kun, and Kamasala-ba-chan had also been there. None of them had denied what Maria said. They silently accepted that the Atrije exists. I was starting to feel a little bit uneasy. Hanteva's position was that no 19th person existed. That the crime was an inside job tied to the family quarrels. On the other hand, Aunt Nazi's position was that the culprit was hiding somewhere outside the mansion. So she rejected the possibility of an inside job and supported the idea that a 19th person existed.
Isn't that so nice? She doesn't blame Eva at all.
And in the kitchen, Maria and the servants also supported the idea of a 19th person. But according to them, this 19th person isn't human. They said it was an invisible witch. We know what you are, Nazi. Carrying out some invisible plan.
Hey, wait, don't do that.
Is there a 19th person or not? And is the culprit a human or a witch? For some reason, I couldn't just laugh off any of those possibilities. Not even the most ridiculous story about the witch. Jessica, all I know about the story of the witch is that the adults made it to keep the kids too scared to enter the forest. Is the story different here in the mansion?
I feel the same way you do, okay? I think it was just a stupid ghost story that parents made up so our kids would listen to them. But I can't deny the atmosphere inside the mansion makes it a little hard to say it out loud.
After all, grandfather has proclaimed that Beatrice exists.
Oh my god, really? The culprit is...
The sauce! The sauce is...
You've been stuck with Neo for 19 months. That implies that you'd be someone that people would feel stuck with. Shush. Welcome to Machina. Thank you. Wait. Oh shit, it is October now. Okay. I'm gonna put up the post. Thank you. Mika Higurashi.
Even Uncle Krause and Aunt Nazi don't get into a fight with him, so on the surface they go along with it. So it's probably fair to say that Dynamic's sense of Beatrice is taboo to those who live and work in the mansion.
You guys are more sassy than I am. Not at your base state. But when you get angry, I can feel it. It's gonna come out. It spreads out.
Unlike the rest of us who only came here once a year. Is that right? Jessica took a deep breath in admiration. It looked like Aniki had guessed right. It's just like you say. No one really believes it on the inside.
I guess when I upload when G-Byte August.
But on the outside, nothing except she exists. Maybe you can just go ahead and do it, man. Bonk.
See, it's just like the way some people here hear about God. Even if they know God doesn't exist, they feel like it'd be uncouth if they actually said it out loud. Flayon's tits aren't fat.
How do you think the servants feel about it? Are they just going along with it because grandfather, the employer, says that she exists?
Well, I don't really know the details, but between the servants, the story about Beatrice isn't treated like some sort of ghost story. Remember yesterday, when Shannon was talking us down to the beach? That story about how one night, when she was doing the round of the mansion, she saw something unsettling?
She did say something like that, didn't she? Back then, I thought she was just being really nice to improve Maria's mood. But it felt like she was serious when she said it.
What is this game about? It's about a family that has inheritance issues. They all come to meet again. The grandfather is dying. Unfortunately, there's a typhoon, so they're stuck here October 4th and 5th, both today. And there's been a murder, or several murders. And now because of the typhoon, they can't leave. They can't ask for help. The radio isn't working. Someone cut the phone lines. It's 1986. And they're stuck on the island with the killer. Hee. Go play UMINEKO. My Noah Wild, right?
That's right. She definitely said it. She definitely said the same kind of thing that Genji and the rest had all unanimously declared back in the kitchen.
La 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 la, in addition. Who's that? Aren't you glad? You got high gain. I gave you high gain for about 15 minutes. Now go to sleep.
And recently, you often hear servants talking about strange footsteps right inside the mansion near midnight. We've whispered together that Beatrice, somewhere in the portrait, sometimes makes herself invisible and walks through the mansion. It happened a while ago. But even I heard footsteps while patrolling at night that resemble these stories. That's right. She definitely said that.
Yeah? It's pretty? Sorry, Min. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's kind of cute. Shannon. Why are you trying not to laugh, bruh? I see you on stream. I'm watching your stream right now. She look good. Just close her mouth a bit. She's got it.
Exactly the same thing that I've been told just now.
If there's something to be afraid of, Beatrice-sama is another rule of the mansion, separate from the master. So there's no need for you to be unnaturally afraid. If you respect her, I hear she won't do anything bad.
Good. I like my voice being good. I want to make someone go crazy with it.
However, she can be quite terrifying if you don't respect her, right?
Correct. I've heard that just before I began working here, someone who spoke badly about Beatrice-sama fell downstairs and could after receiving a large injury to their back. Because of that, there was a rumor between the servants that Beatrice-sama's anger had been brought down upon this person.
If you don't respect her, you'll suffer her wrath and get hurt. So to her servants, Beatrice's existence is just as credible as the story that if you pull pranks on Inari-san, you receive Kitsune-sama's curse.
Oh, Yashiro-sama. Oh.
Of course, even though everyone accepts that curses and the like don't exist in the modern era, people are still afraid and still have little respect for them. You often see it when, in a residential area, someone is building a house, and they call a Shinto priest for a ceremony to honor the god of that plot of land. You might think that this was just a big waste of time and money, but it's said that if the workers don't do that, a big accident will occur, so they never neglect to do it. You also hear about how, if an Inari shrine is carelessly removed during a town replanning, there'd be a curse by Kitsune-sama. I think I might have read somewhere that occupying forces were trying to extend an airport. They tried to remove an Inari-san that was in the way, and the workers kept getting struck down by mysterious fevers.
Flabies.
Even in the modern cities like Tokyo, it wasn't rare to see modern buildings packed all around an old Inari shrine, leaving the shrine itself untouched. And this wasn't just limited to Japan. It's probably similar to how foreigners baptize babies.
Were you baptized?
If I remember right, by Christian doctrine, if unbaptized souls have even the slightest amount of sin, they will still go to hell.
What? That's kind of fucked. Humans naturally sin.
Putting water on a child's forehead doesn't do anything but make them cry. Ooh! But if doing just that, parents can prevent their children from going to hell, they will happily go through that ceremony. In short, even in this modern society of reason, you are still unable to throw away every trace of belief and fear. You could even say that we accept certain sorts of supernatural things, though, in a passive way. Maybe the only difference on this island is that Beatrice is the object of the worship. So, in other words, if anything happens that doesn't seem explainable in human terms, it's called the work of Beatrice. I think Sharon-chan said it herself. Windows and doors and locks that are tightly shut would be open to the next time. Would be open the next time you went to check them.
Well, you guys are baptized? Wow. And here you are watching someone the embodiment of sin himself. I am the snake from the Eden's garden.
And if I remember, even Jessica was joking about it.
I'm not. You're baptized.
Saying it was also the work of Beatrice when she also couldn't find her bag in the morning.
Your memory's pretty good.
Eat the apple.
Normally, you'd see some little M stuck down, but on this island, it's Beatrice.
Well, it's pretty all stupid though.
This mansion has been standing here about 30 years now, hasn't it?
I am the devil. It's natural for things that old to get their fair share of ghosts and occult stories. Like 7 mysteries at school. That's where I'll spin the chessboard around. Huh? Simply put, on this island there's a rule that Beatrice gets blamed for anything that can have been done to humans. Things that humans can't do. How many humans are here? 18. In other words, the culprit is using the rules of this island to make it look like a witch committed this crime. Which proves that they desperately want us to think a 19 person did it. I don't like it.
Brother, may I have some oats? No, you may not. You may not have the oats. Brother, I'm starving.
I don't like it. I don't like it one bit. What do you mean you don't like it? Let's assume some invisible 19 person exists and wants people to know that they exist. If it were me, I'd do it with even more perfect timing. What do you mean by perfect timing? Well, the crime took place sometime between the middle of the night and dawn, right? We had some people who were talking together until the middle of the night. Some people on night shifts, and some people who returned to their rooms and were sleeping. Everyone's alibi is really vague, so there's plenty of room to suspect the crime was an inside job. George Aniki, Octavia probably told you too, right? That there's a good chance this crime was an inside job? Yes. Free moans. I guess. In other words, if this invisible 19 person really exists, this is the same guy that loves Opie. Really exists and wants to let us know it. The first crime was a complete failure. No, in the first place, they chose the wrong time of day to do it. If this invisible 19 person really wanted to show themselves, they had to make sure that the crime took place under conditions which proved that the remaining 12 people were all innocent. As long as there's a single human we can suspect, this 19 person attempt to highlight the presence fails. You're not going to get a real moan out of me by baiting me. That's why near midnight, when everyone's alibis are at their vaguest, the 19 person's existence is also at the vaguest. And yet, the culprit chose to commit the crime at that time. I'm multifaceted too. I'm a slut and a whore. By committing the crime then, one of the 18 would obviously be suspected. And yet, someone handed Mari the letter and called themselves a witch, even though everyone denies that they did it. In other words, you're trying to say that one of the 18 is trying to make it look like a 19 person called Beatrice exists? That's a pretty crazy idea. I think Mom's theory about someone hiding outside the mansion is a bit more credible. Tatler, don't tell me you actually think someone in this room is the culprit. I do. Someone's trying to force suspects that the Beatrice exists. That's right. This whole thing started as far back as the letter last night. I don't have any basis or proof. But when the chessboard turned around, this is my best guess.
Well, that's right. But his hair swept in different directions. Which one do you like? Hair-wise, swap to the side or down? It's Flayon style versus OG Battler style. Seriously, that's too crazy. You sure you haven't been reading too many weird detective movies? Interesting. However, I bet you like Miles Edger too, don't you? It's an angle we can't ignore. Whether there's a 19 person or not, the culprit's definitely planning something involving the rule about this island. Just now, listening to that raccoon talked, I remembered something that's a little disturbing. Oh my god, what is that, bestie? Please hit me with it. I need to know. 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 Let's see. Cosplay. I want to cosplay. Where should I go? Someone said Katsucon? Mystics, thank you. Hi. It's another one. That's Maryland, right? What's another? The East? What's another one? Anime Impulse, yeah. I'd like to go with friends. It's just an excuse to cosplay. Another one, I can't remember. Where's Anime USA? Anime USA, Planet Anime. Where's that? I forgot. I'm ready to go there once. Atlanta? Where's Atlanta? Don't mind me, this is essentially my break, my little tiny break. I'm just relaxing. Anime Expo. Oh my god, California. Crystal City near DC and VA. Virginia, Georgia. Atlanta is in Georgia? Okay. Where am I most likely to find UMINEKO cosplayers? I need to go. Actually, I'd be shy. I just want to walk around and show off how nice I look. What's a con in Ohio? You're right, I don't need to costume my fashion sense. People thought I was cosplaying when I went to Annie Revo. But I was just dressed up. Australia, of course. Australia isn't real. Yes. Do you remember? Beatrice's letter. It said that Beatrice was going to collect interest. And by interest, it mentioned everything of the Ushirimiya family. Jessica and I thought back on what Mari had read on the previous night. There's a con in Ohio. Let's see. Atlanta, Georgia, California, extensive. Texas, yeehaw. Florida cons. Where would I want to go? Maybe not a really crowded one. What do you think? Oh, 2009? Yeah, back then I think they wanted. That's so sad. Now, understandably, it's all Honkai and Genshin. It's everywhere. Yeah, it said that. It definitely said that. The collection of adventures was going to take place shortly. But if the River Gold could be solved, you'd lose that right. You should go to. No, tell me. Phoenix, Arizona? I've been told I should go to the Arizona con and a Kansas con. Where's Offkai again? I forgot. Grandfather received the gold and rebuilt the Ushirimiya family. In other words, according to Viachiche, everything created using the gold as capital counts as part of interest. Which means... That's a pretty scary joke, Haneke. You don't mean everything of the Ushirimiya family. In other words, everything grandfather gave birth to. In other words, everyone with grandfather's blood flowing through their veins. If you interpret the letter that way, these murders are just Beatrice legitimately collecting interest. If that's the case, these crimes will continue. Because the collection of interest is still only halfway completed.
George turned around, looking over the parlor. There's still many people who held the name of Ushinomiya. Because Goda-san and Shana-chan have been killed, we knew that even the servants are safe, despite lacking the name.
So are they planning to kill us all?
Isn't this such a nice conversation to have today? It's good.
Nissan, in that case, why only 6 people? They should have been able to kill a lot more.
But the ritual... Ooh, magic! Ooh.
At worst, it should have been possible for them to assault everyone while they were sleeping and kill them in a single night. Why didn't they do that?
This special clause. If someone manages to sell the root of their gold, the right to the interest will be lost. And remember how the letter ends. It challenges all to sell the riddle of grandfather's gold. Jesus. It looks like we're finally understanding the culprit's message. In other words, the culprit's trying to tell us to solve the riddle the Avatar grandfather had made. On top of that, they're saying that if we just sit around, they'll keep on collecting that interest.
Ooh, I like that. Do, do, do. Do, do, do. Do, do. Scary music, isn't it? I like it. It's pretty.
I realize this is all based on several guesses that are way out there, but not everything that happens in this world fits together in a perfect line. Most of the events we don't understand are only individual points. By fitting them into a straight line, we're beginning to understand. When the points at either ends of a line are really close, the line itself is more logical and easier to understand. And when those points are really far away, the opposite is true. It's the distance between these points that make us say our guesses are way out there. However, if the distances we span are too narrow, that means our thinking will be too narrow too. Is there a difference between making guesses and reasoning? Am I just using easily made guesses to try and force this crime into a pattern I can understand? No. That's not it. When you're lost in the dark, searching around with your hands, what you're doing is relying on your imagination and making guesses. Only imagination can find the points that need to be tied together. Reasoning is nothing more than the act of drawing lines between them. If you can't imagine, you can't reason. What I'm doing right now might be way out there, but I'm sure it wasn't a mistake either. Only the power of imagination can pull out clues in the darkness.
What, is my voice lulling you to sleep, you poor things? Yep, yeah.
It was a lot like the process of searching out an enemy's weak spot or striking. It's okay if I'm way out there. Find a weak point first. Then we can talk about how to strike. Right now is the time to find points you can tie together later.
Without love, you cannot see it. Use your icon from Hibiki Euphonium. Ah, the Yuri. Let me look at the time. Oh, you called me sir? Thanks. Let me save. 'Cause we're making it farther than I think, so I could finish this. I win? Good night. Huh. Now we're 63% of the way. But that's a long rest percent. Let me count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 more glass breaks. Or 10 technically. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
This is all just chapter 1. There's 8 chapters in total. It's a good place to stop. I could.
I can stop when it breaks.
Chapter 1 is pretty short compared to some of the others.
La 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 la. La 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 la. La la la.
For the time being, I put aside whether a 19th prison existed, and announced our theory that the goal of the culprit might have been to make us solve the riddle of the epitaph. We can stop here. It won't be UMINEKO Day next week, but I've made my point. And even when I didn't continue, we got to the main sauce. So I think that's a good advertisement. Wahoo, yippee, 14. I've really been enjoying the UMINEKO streams. You should definitely add the storage room scene to your room, by the way, for many more months. I wish. Thank you. I didn't know you liked it that much. That's good. That's good. I always think voice acting can get old for some, so it's really nice. Or singing, I think, never gets old. It's nice. But it's eye of the beholder. Grass green on the other side. I'm waiting for sale, but I'm definitely buying the whole series, and then it's because you sold me. I didn't do it. That wasn't my fault. I didn't do anything. I'm just a little silly. All episode 1. Thank you for the 18 months. Thank you for 14 months. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you for a treat. Thank you, Thea. Thank you, Saturn. Is it weird to hear my voice? Is it weird to hear me saying your names? Thank you, Shiki. So kind. I never get sick of your voice. Whoa, 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 whoa. Save that line for something else, not for me. Don't use that on me. That's a Riz line. You gotta keep your cards close to your chest. You gotta use that for when it's time to really use it. Scary. Eddie from Love Life wants blood. I also want to wait for sale to fall breakers soon when I came in early. Thank you for introducing us to Peak. Thank you for the 11 months. Thank you. A meet and greet. It'll pull you through the screen and punch you. Isn't this such nice? I love the rain. It's cute. I like it. I like it very much. Thank you again for celebrating UMINEKO days. The rain sound effects is nice. It's making me sleep. I know it's making my brain shut down. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the Makasubi yesterday. Thank you. Thank you everyone for the super chats. Thank you for the memberships. You make it work. I wanted to break your brain in two. And I will eat your brain. But not actually. That'd be too scary. What was I doing? I was looking for something. Like a watermelon? Kiwi's better than watermelon. Kiwi's better than watermelon. Absolutely. You agree, right? Right? No? Yes? Oh, thank you. I mean! I can't be too nice to people. They'll get drunk on it. Trust me. Kiwi has no taste. You have no taste bud.
I have a soft spot for watermelon, but not for me. So you can get watermelon, but not Flayon. Whatever. Watermelon goated. You've all been brainwashed by Gavis Bettel. It's over. Pretty. Look how blue. Spider-Man. Wait, I don't have any merch selling, I don't think. So I can't put anything over here. No, I'm not on the stream anyways. Anyways, that has been UMINEKO no Naku Koro ni. I want to go longer, but I woke up late. No, I woke up early, but I went, no, I'm still sleepy. Then I fell asleep, and then I fell asleep longer than I thought. There you go. So good. It's been UMINEKO Day. I really recommend playing it. If you also like UMINEKO, you can check out Higurashi. That might be more your speed. And then also, there is Kikonia. Rose Gun Days, Higavana. Thank you for the super chats and memberships, and thank you for the support and kind words and fumbling, I would say, some of you do. You fumble your spaghetti and drop it in front of me all the time. Wait, did my yawn actually work on you? Interesting. Okay, let me see. Who can I redirect to? Refresh. Oh my god, Miyapi-senpai. Yippee! 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 Stop what? I'm not doing anything. Are you okay? I'm just setting up stuff over here. Are you okay, Bust the Wolf? Think about it. You can ask someone here who doesn't watch often. Am I doing anything wrong right now? I'm just speaking with rain in the back. I thought I'm forgetting something. Okay, there you go. Okay. Well, tomorrow we will be playing Silent Hill 2, the remake. Okay? Okay? Yeah? Should make sure you come watch, and then next week's schedule is sort of similar. So, thank you very much for watching UMINEKO today. Thank you for sitting through. And because we got to do that early, we got to go... Yeah, yesterday's stream was 9 hours. This stream is 5 hours and a half. We'll call it that. Not bad. Yeah, take care of yourselves. But I just say that as a common blessing. Don't get too excited. I want you to take care of yourselves less because, oh, it's positive, more like, I want ice cream right now. Yum, yum, yum. And it's like that, see? Less for the benefit of the earth. Boo! More, I want ice cream right now, so I get ice cream. Like that type of thing. That is all. That's what I mean. Okay. La 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 la. La 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 la. If I finish UMINEKO, yay. It would only be episode 1, of course. Yay. If not, no worries. Can still play. Can stop. Okay. I set up the read right now. It should be going to Miyabi-senpai. Okay. Comment and subscribe. Yeah, comment and subscribe. Okay. Goodbye. Play bye-bye.